Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, and allow me to invite you, dear viewer, into this space as a welcoming, all-inclusive environment, open to everyone, regardless of background, identity, ethnicity, orientation, or anything else that may divide us on the surface. For at our core, as human beings, that being consciousness is united. Hello, Dylan. You are here very early. Welcome. And hello, Asma. Thank you for your heart me too that you sent a moment ago. Radhe Radhe. Good evening, Emily. Hello, Mimi. May we come together as fellow spiritual seekers to uplift each other, relate in one another's experience, and share positive sentiments. I trust that all of you who are coming in now are as well as you can be. Given whatever circumstances may be prevailing in your life at this time, you are certainly allowed to feel however you are feeling. Life may be unpredictable at times, and its unpredictability is predictable. Hello, user 227. Welcome. I hope to validate you in whatever part of the journey you're on right now. Life can be messy, chaotic, and ugly, but it's within all those features that there is order, beauty, and truth. And hello, Kimmy. Welcome. Hello, Echo. And you're fully here. Happy to have you here. Namaste, Nish. You all are very early enough for my question of the day, which, as you know, is something I like to start off my lives with, followed by a short reading. And then we open the floor up to questions and answers and just sharing spiritual things. My question of the day is, what vision do you have for yourself? You are certainly welcome to interpret it in any way which is easy or challenging. You can use this question of the day as an opportunity, how you deem fit. And thank you, Nish, for your 10 cloud breads you sent. Radhe Radhe. Thank you for your good night wishes, Estrella. Hello, Cami. Hello, Sunsea Spirit Woman and Esther. Hello, MJ. Echo, you share that you don't. Anatman, no self. Dylan, you share peace. That's a lovely vision to have for yourself. And thank you, Storm, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Traveling the world, says Kimmy. You want to live in an RV one day. I like that. Some people who live small want to live big, and so they go into a big house. But you want the world to be your house, and so you want to live small. A lovely paradox. Glow, you share that you asked the universe to use you for healing. I love that. That's so sweet, Glow. And thank you, Jen Singh, for your dozen roses. Jai Sita Ram. Zosia? You are wondering how to surrender to fear-based emotions when in an ongoing stressful situation / the environment. It's a very important question that applies in everyone's life. I'd love for you to ask it again during the Q&A portion of this live and a few minutes from now. But to give you something to chew on until then, recognize that the adversity is a challenge meant to uplift you, not depress you, and you will grow from it. And thank you, Andrea, for your pumpkin spice latte. Radhe, Radhe. Emily, you envision to continue offering and giving unconditional love to anyone who needs it or asks for it. That's wonderful. Esther, you share that your vision for yourself is finally peace. I like that. Happy to have you here. Hey? Or heh? H-E-H. Chakri 4444. You are from El Salvador? Well, welcome. Roaming thoughts, your vision for yourself is be others' source of happiness. I like that. Lovely. And thank you, Andrea, for your applause too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Honey Badger Heals, your vision is to walk in every moment, knowing it is exactly where you are supposed to be. That's wonderful. No mud, no lotus. Well said, Echo. Hello, Anna. Alice, you share that your vision is just experiencing life with its ups and downs, appreciating being alive. That's so sweet. And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. No pain, says Storm. Very understandable. And hello, Sea Star. How am I doing? Asks Sonia. Very well, thank you. How are you doing? And Anna, you share contemplating something, somewhere. I like that. No place in particular, but figuring things out. And hello, Rachel Black Moon. Good evening, prayer warrior. And thank you, He, for your pair of rosas. Hari Om Tat Sat. Good afternoon, Yale. That is right. I did make videos on how to create my own logic or math system before. And what do you call that system? And what the current one is used? The current one that is used is called ZFC, which stands for Zermelo-Fraenkel plus choice. It's a set theory. And there are many different set theories, many different categories, many different formal systems and formal languages, which we explored in that video. And Bex, you share, your vision for yourself is being happy, fulfilled, and at peace. I love that, Bex. S. Ross, you share that I must make bank on here every single day. Right now I am saving up for a trip to India, and it has been my main method of saving for such a trip, and so I am very grateful for the contributions, but it's never expected. Everyone is welcome to be here, regardless of their financial support. The main thing for me is to be able to serve you, and I do that free of charge. And thank you, Nish, for your heart me a moment ago. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Keys, for your finger heart too. Radhe Radhe. Abhikash, you are wondering, how long will I be in India? I suppose that depends on how long of a travel visa I can get, and whether I will have accommodation. We shall see. But I'm shooting for a month, at least. And thank you, Denise, for your rose too. Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Kimmy, for your shared excitement. I am very excited too, that is for sure. Well, sounds like we have many lovely answers so far on the visions we have for ourselves. Sounds like some of the biggest themes are peace, love, and a kind of stability for ourselves, which is very understandable and commendable. I hope you all have that vision realized. Greatness, adds Isabella. I like that answer as well. And thank you, Alex, for your pair of roses. Radhe Radhe. I'm gonna minimize the question of the day for now, but thank you everyone for participating in it together. MJ, you shared just at the end that your vision today and always is love, forgiveness, and acceptance for yourself and others. Always. I love that. Much gratitude to you too, Marcel. I appreciate that, everyone. And Death in Disguise. Clever name. You are wondering if I believe in reincarnation. It is something I do believe in, and we can talk about that later in more detail if you're interested. Before then, let us read from another section of Roar the Ganges. Roar the Ganges is a book that was gifted to me by one of you, and through me to all of you. It's a book written by a Swami, a spiritual renunciant named Taratmananda, and the book takes place through his eyes by the banks of the Ganges, which is a spiritually revered river in India. Here we are in northern India at an ashram in Rishikesh. We were discussing with Richard, I believe, last time, about how consciousness is like a movie screen upon which the movie of life takes place. And Richard, who was Mark's friend, Mark was the name of Swami Taratmananda Ji before he renounced his old name. And then we started another chapter, which was the play of consciousness. Let us see, where did we end off? We ended off talking about roles and how the roles we play in life depend on us, but we are independent of them. My friend Vijay and I threaded our way through the throng of pilgrims, vendors, and beggars congregated near the Ramjhula bridge. Crossing over the Ganges, I asked him where we were going. "To buy more books," he answered, grabbing my arm to pull me out of the path of a cow that had wandered onto the narrow bridge. We walked through Svargashram towards a tiny shop whose walls were aligned to the ceiling with stacks of dusty books. Its sign announced in Hindi and English, "Gita Press." And hello, Beast Mode Bandito. Keep calm and Radhe Radhe. And thank you, Estrella. Vijay chatted with the shopkeeper for a moment and then busied himself flipping the pages of book after book. He showed me a thick volume, saying, "This Srimad Bhagavatam with Hindi translation is only 30 rupees. Hello, Shakira. And thank you, Alice. The shopkeeper told me that the Gita Press is well known throughout India for making Hindu religious books affordable to even the most impoverished. It prints on paper supplied by the central government at a huge discount. For just 2 rupees, about 6 cents, I bought a pocket-sized edition of the Bhagavad Gita with an English translation. Vijay had lugged a large parcel as we returned to the ashram. He admitted having what he called Book-Vasana, a propensity for buying too many books. How many of you have that? He comically characterized it as an addiction, which is an occupational hazard for brahmacharis, students. I thought about my room at the Pennsylvania ashram, crowded with bookshelves. Each time I returned from a trip to India, my bags were stuffed with yet more books. Perhaps I, too, had fallen victim to this insidious addiction. You're guilty for sure, the Canuck Gypsy says. That evening, in the lecture hall, my guru, Swami Dayananda, continued to unfold the Kena Upanishad's lyrical but enigmatic verses, revealing the reality of oneself as consciousness. Some quotes from the Kena Upanishad, translated here. That which cannot be revealed by speech, but by which speech is revealed. That which cannot be understood by the mind, but by which the mind understands. That which cannot be seen by the eyes, but by which the eyes see. That which cannot be heard by the ears, but by which the ears hear. From the first chapter, verses 5 to 8, he explained, Atma, the true self, can never be known in any way you know other objects, because it is not an object. Your true self, Atma, is the knowing subject, the awareful witness, the consciousness, because of which you are aware of everything else. Just as your mind and senses reveal objects, consciousness reveals the activities of your mind and senses, and that consciousness is Atma. Even though Atma can never be known as an object, you cannot say it is unknown. It is present in every experience. It is present in your experience right now, as consciousness, as your awareness of this experience. That is why this Upanishad said earlier, it is indeed other than what is known, and yet cannot be said to be unknown, from the 4th verse of the same chapter. This may appear to be a paradox, but the paradox vanishes with proper understanding. In the story of the 10 boys, which we read many parts ago, the missing boy always knew himself. He knew he existed, but failed to recognize himself as the one for whom he was searching for. In this way, the missing boy was both known and unknown. Atma, too, is both known and unknown. It is known as the consciousness in every experience, but generally unknown as the uncreated, all-pervasive reality that it truly is. I'm happy you are enjoying this book so far, Death in the Skies. Fortunately, Swami Tadatmananda assured me that you don't have to go out buying this book if you are patient, because he will be making it as a free PDF in the near future. Later in this Upanishad, the rishis, the seers, utter another apparent paradox. It is known to one who considers it unknown, but unknown to one who considers it known. From the 2nd chapter, 3rd verse. Again, this paradox disappears upon inquiry. One who thinks Atma can be known like any other object obviously does not know Atma, but one who understands that Atma can never be known as an object because it is the consciousness by which objects are known, that person knows Atma. Therefore, Atma is said here to be pratibodham viditam, known in every experience, in every mental event. Once you recognize Atma as the consciousness present in every experience, then you are ready to inquire further into the nature of that consciousness. Is it finite or infinite? Is it subject to birth and death? Are there many, or is there but one consciousness? As we proceed to address these questions, you will discover that consciousness has no boundaries, and therefore it is limitless. It is uncreated, and therefore is not subject to birth and to death. It is the fundamental reality because of which everything exists, and therefore there can be no second Atma. All this remains to be examined and understood properly, but when you discover this consciousness to be your true nature, the struggle and suffering of life finally ceases, and every moment becomes full, complete. Therefore, this section closes. If one has realized this, there is truth. If one has not realized this, there is but infinite loss. Wise ones, discerning the truth of all beings, turn from the world and become liberated. The 5th verse of the 2nd chapter. After class, Richard looked dazed as he descended the stairs from the lecture hall. I invited him to join me on a bench near the river. And it sounds like they're going to have a lovely conversation, which we will save for another time. But for now, we will pause our reading there. So thank you for listening with me as we read. We've made our considerable dent in the book so far. Certainly more than halfway done. 2/3 done, perhaps. A lovely section on the Kena Upanishad, how consciousness cannot be known the way other objects are made known by it, yet it is knowable by inference because it is always here. And thank you thank you for listening with me, everyone. I do be finding cliffhangers to end on. Have to keep you captivated somehow. Marcy, you're wondering what my favorite flower is. Well, my family, specifically my motherly line, my mother and her mother were always drawn towards sunflowers, and as such, my mother got a tattoo of a sunflower to remind her of her mother. I am sure that someday I will also. So I'm gonna say a sunflower, out of respect for my mother. Now thank you for those who also sent a gift whilst I read. Do allow me the honor of extending my gratitude back to you now that I have a fuller moment, and then we can open the floor up for questions and answers. And thank you, Gentry, for your quartet of cloudbreads as we began reading. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Ethan, you ask how long I have been growing my hair for? Several years now. Pardon me. Okay. I have saved my voice for now. And thank you, Isabella, for your tiny a few moments ago. Yippee! Sorry. I must have swallowed a fly. Thank you for your patience. And thank you, Shakira, for the let 'em cook and for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, the Canuck Gypsy, for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Storm, for your friendship necklace and a tiny. Yahoo! I'm doing well. Thank you for asking, Gentry. And hello, Crystal. Would it be annoying if you sent me some random pictures of things that reminded you of me? Asks Jazz. Not at all. In fact, I would love that. And Alice, you share that maybe I am the sun, and you are all the sunflowers looking at my beautiful energy. That is very sweet. I could say the same for you. Perhaps I am the sunflower, and I bathe in all of your resplendent wisdom. And thank you to Pini for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Jai Sitaram. It's a good question. Woo woo, you are wondering. Why don't I learn martial arts and get ripped? Does being peaceful mean defenseless? It's a good question. There is a lot of discipline found in martial arts, and many Buddhist monks also train in them, like at the Shaolin Temple. But the reason they train is not so they can have a defense. It is so that they can refine their discipline and become one-pointed in their practice. It doesn't really matter what one practices, as long as one becomes one-pointed in it. And I have much respect for martial artists. However, I also feel like what we learn also manifests. That everything we learn, the universe will give us a test for that. Like if you're constantly training in defense, then the universe is going to send you some offense so you can utilize what you've learned. Without learning this, I do feel defenseless. And that's because I don't feel like I have any enemies. Why need a defense when I see a friend in everyone? I believe in the power of words and speaking to people's heart. I really have no fight towards anyone or with anything. And Chloe, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And King Mikey, thank you for your 53 roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Kaisa, you share that when I go to India, maybe I could try some classes for fun. That does sound fun. I will keep an open mind. And thank you up the freeway for your heartbeat. Jai Sitaram. Abhikash, you are wondering, where am I from? I am from Canada. I live on the west coast, on a very large island known as Vancouver Island. And thank you, Esther, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Alice, you are curious. Do I have any way I use my discipline in my own life? In many ways. In not reaching for that extra cookie. I will still reach for the first cookie, but the second one I might be able to restrain myself. There are many practices that I've been engaging in over the last several months, such as a lot of discipline to remove my addiction of vaping, nicotine. Maybe remove isn't the best word. Befriend it. And now I haven't needed to for many months now. The same is true for some choices with what food I put in my body, what time I go to bed and wake up. There's lots of discipline in life. It doesn't have to be a stereotypical regiment where we block off hours out of our day to do some hard and painful task. Every time that we deny the mind, or better yet, delay the mind of some sensual gratification, that is discipline. And Isabella, thank you for your hanging lights and trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Larissa, thank you for your heart meeto. Radhe, Radhe. Gentry, you are curious what my thoughts are on linear time. Time being linear is something that physicists used to believe in up until the time of Einstein and his theory of general relativity that showed that time is not so linear. It can bend, it can twist, and perhaps even loop in back around on itself. Just as space is warped by the fabric of space is warped by the gravitation of massive bodies, so too time being a part of that fabric, forming The tapestry of space and time also bends in accordance with how much energy is present. Wibbly wobbly timey wimey stuff. Yeah, well said, Marcy. Indeed. A good quote from Doctor Who. Abhikash, you ask, do I have a dream country? I've never been asked this before. So thank you. You are the first. My dream is to be happy wherever I am. If I'm in Canada, then let that be my dream country. If I am in India, then let that be my dream country. Wherever I am, I vow to make the present moment an actualization of my dream. And thank you, Matsi Expert, for your heart me. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, John F., for your rose. Jai Sita Ram. I hear my cat meowing. I will have to open the door for him, but he knows the rules. That means he has to say hi to all of you. So, I'll bring him out for you. Say hi to everyone. Yeah. You are loved, Shadow, by so many more people than you know of. You want back out? He has changed his mind. Oh, cats. They seem to just like the door being open. They don't like closed doors. They want to have the room to decide when they want to come in and out. Sometimes I think they just meow at doors because they want them open, not necessarily because they want to pass through them, which is very understandable and relatable. They need to check the perimeters. I like that. Well said, Alice. And thank you, Lion Piog, for your balloons and heart me a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Prayer Warrior and Satori, you were both wondering what type of music this is. This is music for the third eye chakra. And don't ask me what the name of it is because I don't know. It was a royalty-free sound that I found on SoundCloud. dairy you share? Should you bulk or cut? What do you think, Shadow? You want the door open again? Yeah? Alright. I'll confer with Shadow and come back to you with an answer for you. Shadow said you should bulk in your accumulation of wisdom and cut in your sensual gratifications. Thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses a few minutes ago. And thank you, Storm, for your 15 cheer-you-ups. Jai Sitaram. Honey Badger Heels, you are wondering, are you doing these as a part of your spiritual practice? I know it helps so much with mine. Well, thank you. Absolutely. Yes, this is my main spiritual practice. Being able to host this space for everyone and become witness to the beauty that you allow me to experience. And Dylan, you had asked a few minutes ago what I think the true nature of reality is. What you are experiencing right now, that is the true nature of reality. There is an unchanging component which cannot be seen, but yet sees all, cannot be heard, yet hears all, cannot be felt, yet feels felt, feels all, cannot be known, but yet knows all, cannot be understood, yet understands all. And that unchanging background layer is called Nirguna Brahman, the formless absolute. But the changing layer that's on top, that is known as Saguna Brahman, the changing absolute. Thank you, Jared, for your heart me as well. Jai Sitaram. Bread consumer, you ask. How did I get that lighting in my room? It's a combination of a few lights. I have a string light here, and I have two rainbow light bulbs on either side of me, and a sunset lamp to my left, as well as a ring light before me. I believe in good lighting. Good lighting really helps for the experience. And I love color and saturation. It just makes everything pop. I like your riddle, Kaisa. What runs without legs? From Siddhartha. What runs without legs? A river. Alice shares that you get a headache from standing up too quick. I know what that's like. I used to do that so often until I discovered that if you breathe in while you're standing up and let the energy climb up your spine, then You won't fall over and go splat on your face. It is like the opposite sensation of when shivers go down your spine. Make the shivers go up your spine as you stand up, and you will be okay. Antyanara, you ask, what do you call a fly without legs? I don't know, tell me. Thank you, Mermander, for your subscription here. Happy to hear that you've purchased one for yourself this time, as you are also an important member. Radhe, Radhe, and I look forward to being able to serve you. And thank you, Kiz, for your finger height. Finger height? Finger heart. But yet your heart flows high to such sublime heights. Flows? I meant to say fly. And yet it also flows oh so far. A walk. That doesn't make sense. You mean a fly without wings? How can it walk without legs? It could only fly. Yes, you did say with no legs. So funny. It reminds me of when I used to take tennis lessons when I was a kid. We all lined up, and I guess my tennis teacher must have been a bit of a sadist, because he would hit the tennis ball with the racket at us if we didn't make him laugh. So we all had to come up with a joke and make him laugh. And he didn't, he would try to hit us with the tennis ball. And so when it was my turn, I started with the knock-knock joke. Knock-knock. He said, "Who's there?" I said, "Impatient cow." And he said, "Impatient cow who?" And I said, "Moo." Oh wait. I forgot to say the moo sooner. And he understood that I screwed up the joke, and that made him laugh even more than the joke would have. And so I didn't get hit with a tennis ball that day. I was a patient cow instead of an impatient one. Honey Badger Heels, you ask, does our soul know the plan? Like, did it know what it was signing up for before it came? It is the very reason we are here, to serve others. That is the whole plan. It is very simple. We wouldn't be here otherwise. We are infinite, the world is finite, and so the energy must flow from the infinite to the finite. So we give without expectation of receiving. So we share, so we love, so we express, so we nurture. We take our energy and we distribute it outwards. That is the nature of the soul. What a funny mistake with a joke. Mistake. Oh, Kaisa. I should mute you for the rest of this live for that joke. Now, Gentry Honey, switching topics. You asked, what are my thoughts on Jesus? Jesus is the man. He's the person to be. The ultimate role model. I've been watching The Chosen, which is a movie about Jesus from the eyes of the 12 apostles. The Chosen. And I just gotta say, I love Jesus. No, Yam, it's a walker, says Chris Martin. What do you call a fly without legs? A walker? A fly without wings is a walker. A flyer. Alice still doesn't get it. That's okay. Do we really get anything? I mean, we all walk out of our house just assuming that everyone is at peace with the fact that we're evolved primates on this moist rock hurling through the void. This consciousness has awoken from 13.7 billion years of slumber. There is a body, there is a mind, and there is a witness. And this universe didn't have to exist, but yet it does. And it is in the way that it is right now. Why? What purpose? What meaning? Does anyone really know? Does anyone really get it? You'd think that the first thing we'd say to everyone that we'd walk by, every person in the store, cashier, is what's all this about, huh? What's this existence, right? What is life about? Instead, we comment on, oh, there are clouds in the sky today. Yes, yes. How are your little humans that have spawned out of your womb? Oh, they're doing good. Learning the alphabet. Still stuck on Z. They just can't seem to pronounce it. Classic Z pronunciation. That's a difficult one. Yeah. We take what we do know and we really live in that. But the bigger picture, does anyone really get? Thank you, Kiz, for your balloons. Arion Tatsat. And thank you, Kelsey, for your heart meat. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Kurd from Kurdistan, you ask, is life simple or complex? It is complex in its simplicity and simple in its complexity. What you are as consciousness is the simplest thing that isn't even a thing. It just is. It holds space for this universe to happen through. But this universe, whoa, not so simple in comparison. We've got quarks and leptons binding together through the strong and weak nuclear force and the electromagnetic one, getting mass via the Higgs mechanism, forming together other atoms and molecules via chemical reactions. These chemical reactions give rise to chains of molecules. These chains of molecules form organelles of cells, which form a greater cell. These cells form organs, these organs form organisms, these organisms form ecosystems. Ecosystem making the ecosphere of this planet. This planet, one of many planets around many stars in this galaxy, many galaxies making up the filaments of the universe. Black holes, supernovae, evolution, human consciousness. My goodness. Complicated stuff going on. But yet being, pure being, just abiding in what you are. That spacious, open, compassionate truth, the awareful witness, that's simplicity itself. And meditating is all about that, moving from the complexity to the simplicity, from without to within. And thank you, Roxy, for your paper crane. Radhe, Radhe. MJ, you love how I say, my goodness. Goodness gracious. Good heavens. Antyanara, you are asking, am I saying just be? You already are. No need to be that which you have always been. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Laurie, for your ginger man. Radhe, Radhe. Berry water, you share that you're a little excited today. I'm happy to hear that. Alice, you ask, why do nurses like red crayons? Sometimes they have to draw blood. I love that. I've never heard that one before. It is what it is, I guess, says Kurd from Kurdistan. Tansuela, you share that you visited your brother in the graveyard today, but you thought to yourself, where is he really? That graveyard is not the location of your brother, but is the window through which you may find him. Maybe that's more like a telephone, a portal, a gateway, a doorway. It is a meeting spot, perhaps, for the impressions left in your heart to project themselves into the air, into the space around you, as if at the center of your heart were a light source and a film reel of your memories cast shadows and light on that space from the impressions he made on you. But he goes everywhere you take him, for he has made an impression not just in the soil, but in everyone and everything in his life. Kurd from Kurdistan, you are wondering, what is Radhe? I often say, it's a salutation to Radha, who is pictured here on the right next to Krishna. She represents the triple Shakti of the universe. That is, creation, creature, and creativity. The universe, Maya, the material energy. The individual, personality and soul, Jiva. And the interplay, the relationships, the duality between Jiva and Maya, known as the Yogamaya Shakti. She represents all three as the power of creation, the potency, the energy, much love to you and your brother Dansuela. And Alice, you're watching from Italy. That is lovely. The place of good food. I shouldn't tell you about my eating habits then. I fear you may judge me. I put mustard in my spaghetti. Oh! I shouldn't have said that. Thank you, Cher Bear, for your heart mate and your 15 team bracelets. Hari Om Tat Sat. Julia says, what? Sky Guardian says, wait, for real? I call myself the combinator while I'm in the kitchen. I'll put everything on anything. I like to put hummus on my burgers. Sometimes peanut butter also. I love mustard. I put mustard on too many things. It does add a little kick to the pasta. And thank you, Nene, for your heart mate. Radhe, Radhe. Dansuela, you love kimchi on burgers. I'll have to try that, since many of you recommended I try kimchi yesterday, so I can increase my spice tolerance. Okay, come to New Jersey. You'll have some amazing food for me, says Sky Guardian. I look forward to that. I think food may be my final frontier on the spiritual journey of letting things go. It's gonna take a while until I have the willpower to say, no, not gonna eat this cookie. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for the let 'em cook. Radhe, Radhe. And very funny, given the context. Julia, you also share that as an Italian, mustard on pasta breaks my heart. Yeah, I figured you'd say such. Hey, I'm all about dissolving boundaries, transcending barriers. Thank you, Tanhao, for your heart, mate. Radhe, Radhe. Wild flavor combinations. Indeed, G to infinity. Donsuela, you share that there is a vegetarian kimchi at Superstore you can get. It's the Rooster brand. It's so good. Thank you for letting me know. I don't even know what kimchi is, to tell you the truth. I don't know what part of it is vegetarian, what part isn't. You can teach me. And Alice, you shared that you once put mayo on your pasta because you didn't like what your grandma made. So you're not one to judge. Oh, good to hear. Happy you can relate. It is pickled cabbage. Most have fish sauce in it, but the Rooster brand does not have that. Gotcha. Thank you for telling me. I learned so much from you. Kias, you share an interesting tip or trick. Like cayenne in honey, hot water, spicy first time, after that sweet, then increases chili tolerance. Very interesting. I'll have to try that. Thank you. And Alice, you are wondering, what's my favorite meal? I suppose whatever the one I'm eating at the moment. I try not to be so picky. I used to be terribly picky. When I was a kid, my mother would cry and cry because I wouldn't eat anything. Except for a few things. Ice cream, French fries, and plums. That's all she could get me to eat. Oh, and apple juice. I drank so much apple juice that my father said my diapers smelt only of apple juice. It wasn't so bad. Was it a texture thing? Asked Kaisa. I don't know. I can't say I remember why I was so picky, but I've learned to accept all food as alms food. When my flavor combinations don't work so right, I try to eat it anyway. I made a terrible combination a few months ago. I was cooking ramen, and I put some oats in it from some oat cereal. And these hard oats and ramen was perhaps the worst texture I've ever had on my tongue. But I didn't want to waste it. And so I said, alms food is alms food. And I continued eating it. Hello, Hannah. You are wondering, did my last account get hacked? I only have one account and this is it. If you referred to the banner above, There are unfortunately many impersonators, which can make it confusing for you. But the simple rule of thumb is that if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. If I go out of my way to text you, "Hey, I'm feeling a connection with you," it's probably not me. I apologize. I don't offer any services, and certainly not for any price. And I did delete my videos also. And that's right, Miss Tinfoil Hat. I do live on Vancouver Island. And thank you, Saihaiki, for your quintet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. Auntie Anthony, you share that it only says Yam. Is that correct? Yam is my display name, but my username is Yamsox. TikTok sometimes displays just the display name in some situations, some circumstances, and other times the username. So be cautious what the username and what the display name are. And thank you, Southern Sun, for your disco love. Radhe, Radhe. Okay, so you were wondering, who is the cat in my profile pic? That's not Shadow. That is Shadow's brother, Sandy. Sandy looks like he is Sandy, and Shadow looks like he is Shady. And thank you, Miss Tinfoil Hat, for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And keeping it wheels, you share that when you followed me, you were friended by 3 accounts with similar names with my profile picture / bio. It's become increasingly a challenge to have a bio that makes sense for me but not for others. I used to have in my bio, "This is my only account," thinking that it would help other people know which account is real, which one isn't. But then they started putting that in their bio. "This is my only account." And suddenly it makes sense for them if they are trying to pretend to be me as well. But yes, for this reason, I don't follow nor message anyone on this platform. For everyone's safety. And thank you, July Moonchild, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Honey Badger Heals. You are wondering, what is the easiest way to let go of ego on every level? It feels like an onion or a shedding. Then there sometimes feels like blocks. Don't worry about your ego. It is allowed to be there. The problem isn't in the presence of your ego. It is in its quality. Your ego is just the direction in which you serve. When your ego is pointed towards your family, "I'm a family-minded person," then you serve your family. If your ego is pointed towards your body, "I am a body," then you serve your body. When your ego is pointed towards your country, "I am a nationalist," then you serve your country. There is no need to remove your direction of service. Simply redirect it towards the divinity within everyone. I am a soul, therefore I serve the soul in me, the soul in you, the soul in everyone. And thank you, Shelly Belly, for your quartet of cloud breads. Radhe, Radhe. And hello, Van Penguin. I am doing well. Thank you. And thank you, Katloha, for your trio of tiny tinies. Yippee! And thank you, MJ, for your subscription. You are always a lovely participant, and I am so blessed to have you here always. Jai Sita Ram. Anthony, you share that you thought having an ego was not a good thing. My ego thought so too. And then it got so conflicted with itself. We use the word ego in many ways, to be fair. And many ways that we use the word adopts a negative image. Having an ego is a very good thing, because it is our point of service for the world. Without an ego, we would flop like jelly on the floor. The ego is the controller for the game we're playing. If you unplug your controller, how do you expect to play? You'll just be watching the world without any way to interact with it. In a spiritual context, ego means sense of self. We all have a sense of self. It's important to have an open-minded sense of self. That is to say, our boundaries for who we are and who we are not dissolve in the presence of others. That we serve our body and mind's needs just as we serve other bodies and mind's needs. The sense of self is still there. It just becomes boundless, a little less rigid, more fluid, dynamic, adaptable, flexible, that sort of thing. And thank you, Neo, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Kaisa, you share. How do I quit this game? You want a refund. You've got this. I believe in your ability to strive for excellence in this game. A little adversity here and there. There's no reason to give up. It is just as challenging as it needs to be, and not an ounce more. Brad smiles. You share that sometimes you want to rewind my lives by 15 seconds. That is something you have the ability to do, although perhaps not on this app directly. But when I upload these to my YouTube channel, then you can get me to replay everything I say. You can even get me to shut me up or skip to the end. Get to the good stuff. Stop lollygagging. You have that power. Hello, 31 Planes. You are never late. You are just on time. Alice, you ask, who would want to shut me up? Myself, probably. And I'm very happy that you find value in the recordings that are uploaded. Honey Badger Heels. No problem at all, Saturnus. Thanks for being here. And thank you for sending your love. I hope to reflect your love, Saturnus, on everyone here also. Echo, you would like me to admit that I have nothing to teach. As you wish, my friend. It is true. If there is teaching being done, it is not by me. Understanding happens naturally when we open up to it. All I can do is provide the space and share my own experiences. And if you are open to them and relate in them yourself, then that understanding happens by you, not by me. And thank you, heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji, for your flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Saturnus, for your auspicious number of 108 tiny dinies. Yippee! Chrissy, you are wondering, do I have an internal monologue? I certainly do. There are always two movies playing at once. There's the movie that we witness, and then there's the narrative that we project upon it, the story of our life. Without a sense of self, there would just be the first movie, an arbitrary coalition of sounds, sights, smells, tastes, feelings, thoughts. But upon that, there is a more subtle layer that we often don't realize is separate. That is our own narrative, in which we find some thread of meaning weaving through the events in our life. Sometimes that narrative is called the inner monologue, but it need not happen through words. It can happen through concepts, through feelings. The language of one's mind may differ from individual to individual, but the sentiments are often the same, or at least very similar. I have found that my inner monologue has been more quiet these last few years as I have ventured into spirituality, especially in the adoption of my mantra that I like to do. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Whenever I have a free moment to do that mantra, from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to sleep, I like to direct my mind in the form of that tune, the words and meanings that it encapsulates. Shelly Bella, you share that you like to joke with your inner monologue at this point. I like that. It's good to have a funny narrative. It can be limiting to have a really serious narrative. That is for sure. And I like that. Hi, Travis. Rest for the soul simply means quietness in the inner man. A teaching of Jesus. That's lovely. Thank you for sharing that. And thank you, heart emoji, unicorn emoji, heart emoji, for your heart me. Trio of tiny dinies. Yippee! A finger heart. And a quartet of ice cream cones. Jai Sitaram. Zealot, you share that you and your inner monologue would make a great podcast. That's awesome. And thank you, John F., for your ice cream cone, finger heart, and friendship necklace. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Zealot, for your octet of cloud breads too. Jai Sitaram. Mike, you're wondering, do I ever get mad? Yeah. And the frequency in which I have been getting mad has dropped substantially throughout my life. Oh boy, when I was a youngster, when I was really young, I'd be throwing tantrums left and right. When I was a teenager, I was mad at everything. Mad at the world, mad at my parents, mad at my sister, mad at the system, mad at my teachers, mad at my friends. I had a lot of anger in me, and I still do. These last few years, I've been coming into contact with that anger from a more friendly perspective. Instead of reacting out of anger, when I do feel that anger arise, I try to practice patience and wait it out. It's possible to wait out anger. And I've been learning how to do that. And thank you, John F. Again, and Zealot. Avikash, you are wondering, do I believe in God? Such an amazing question. Is there a source of existence that I believe in? It's not that I don't have an answer to that question. It's that I don't know how to put an answer to such a miraculous question into words. And it's funny because it just sounds like a yes or no question. But there are so much more to the question than a simple affirmation or denial. There are many perspectives of God in the world, and I don't agree with all of them. And there are many that I don't disagree with either. God comes in many forms. To use the ancient Sanskrit terms, Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Brahman is that idea that whatever the source of existence is, it is all pervasive. It is within everything. Whatever has given rise to all this stuff in the universe, it must be a part of that source in some way, or descended from. Brahman comes from the root br, which means to expand. And so Brahman is the all-expansive one. And with that in mind, then, it's very difficult to point out what this is, because by definition, it cannot be pointed out relative to anything else because it's equally there in all things. That omnipresence of that one, that nothingness containing the everythingness, the space, that is Brahman. However, this idea that that source is omnipresent gives rise to another idea. If God is within everything, then God is within us also. God being within us also gives rise to the idea of the higher self, the Paramatma in Sanskrit. So believing in the higher self is another form of God. And that gives rise to another idea, that if God is the higher self, then people who are really in tune with that, if they step their own ego, their lower self aside, then that higher self descends through them, and then they become a vehicle for that higher self. We call that in Sanskrit Bhagavan, the personal form of God. Note that this is equivalent to the later idea of the Holy Trinity in Christianity. The Holy Spirit, that all-pervasiveness, that's the Brahman. Then, the Holy Spirit being within everyone, known as the higher self, is the Father. And then when the Father descends through the man, when the lower self steps aside, that gives rise to the descension, the Son. And so, there are many forms of that source expressed throughout time, throughout culture. But these are the main three: Brahman, Paramatma, and Bhagavan. Many different cultures and traditions have their own interpretation of the source. Like Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, Hinduism, they all have various ideas about the source. The Christians, for example, they accept the Trinity, that God can exist in all three agencies, being pervasive, being the higher self, and being of a personal form, such as in the descension of the Christ. The Muslims, for example, they prefer the formless quality because sometimes the personal form can give rise to attachment. We may see one form as correct and another as incorrect. The Hindus are almost the opposite of this, and they understand that one form to be Brahman, but it can be expressed in many forms, in many different deities which personify various aspects of the source. And the Buddhists, they say, hey, look, whenever God gets brought up, people start getting angry. Let's focus on that anger. Worry about God later. Notice that there is trauma associated with this word. Some people hold deep affiliations with one form and not with another. But remember, we are all unified in our suffering. That suffering is very real. You don't have to believe in it. We've all experienced it. So let's focus on that. How can we come to dissolution of suffering? How can we help others? So, there are many different perspectives about God, and they all have elements of truth in them. But being attached to one perspective in particular limits our own growth and our ability to relate and serve others. Tomato Kink, you are wondering, what should we believe then? That's not for me to decide for you. Beliefs happen relative to our experience, and I can't give you my experience of life, at least not directly. I encourage you to explore many different belief systems. I encourage everyone to open up to different traditions, to see what various cultures say over space, over time. See how our understanding as a humanity has evolved. Let's see what science has to say. What do the physicists talk about? What do the philosophers, spiritualists, artists? What about athletes? What about mothers? What about fathers? There are so many beautiful souls in this world. Let us have an ear open to hear everyone's story. And maybe together we can piece together a depiction of this life. And thank you, Sarah Lynn, for your 7 roses and a tiny diny a few minutes ago. Yippee! And Alice, you share that you're a tarot reader. Do I have an opinion on it? I try to be non-judgmental towards everything that people do. It's not my duty to have an opinion on everything. We don't have to still be whole and be happy. I believe that many people find value in tarot reading, and they use it to give meaning to their day, to ask difficult questions and explore challenges. And if you use tarot for those things, then all my best wishes to you also. I have no belief system in particular for you. I believe that truth is one, and the way we get there is many. As such, we all have our unique experiences, our unique talents, and the ways in which we understand the universe relative to those experiences are very different. I am not here to encourage you to explore one path, but many. And whatever path you are already on is the right one. I wish to accelerate you on your journey, and you will get to the destination. You will go where you're meant to go. And thank you, Mary, for your tiny finger heart and quartet of roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Waste of Time, for your heart meat and hand hearts. Jai Sita Ram. And hello, John Simon. Oh, real? You are wondering, which talent do you have? That's not something I can infer. Everyone has their own experiences which increase our understandings of some areas of life. Talents don't have to be so stereotypical either. Maybe your talent is you always know how to start a conversation. Maybe your talent is that you're really good at listening to others. Maybe your talent is you can fold your shirts and pants perfect every time. Some people's talent is that they can fold even that fitted bed sheet that goes around their mattress. That's a very powerful talent. One that certainly not everyone has. Talents come in many shapes, sizes, and forms. And be patient with yourself. And thank you, Mary, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. Vlad's dad, you ask, what is the purpose of living? The purpose of living is to live purposefully. When we are searching for an answer that we already have, it becomes an impossible question. Whatever you are doing in life, do that with purpose. Purpose is created from within and not given to you from without. And thank you, Jason, for your pair of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And that's quite alright, Alice. Have a good night. I hope to see you again. Ilya Kills, you are wondering, what happens if you physically are unable to engage in the more purpose-filled acts due to health? It is not your duty to unfold all the potential that is your way. Living purposefully can sometimes mean getting out of bed today. And even if you can't do that today, your purpose today is to rest. We see so many opportunities for service. We see so many ways which we can help. And that's there for a reason, to give you a choice, not to overwhelm you with possibility. As long as you are putting into work your best effort in your capacity, then that is enough. You don't have to be achieving everything that you expect yourself to achieve to be whole. Just right now, whatever your task is at hand, that is enough. Thank you, Alice. And thank you, Mary, for your friendship necklace a few moments ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And John Simon, thank you for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Adam, you ask, why can't we buy our time back? Because time is our only currency itself. You can't buy that which you are using to buy. Time is the very thing we use to invest. Thank you, Maya Fiona Twist, for your heart me, and Rose. Radhe Radhe. I like that, honey badger. Maybe our currency should be our breath, because then maybe we would treat them as valuable. There is certainly a lot of value in our breath. And I'm happy that you see the potential for more people to realize that. Justice Angel, you ask, what does 1818 mean? Something wonderful. Something lovely. And whatever that comes to mind for you when I say those words, that is true. Andrew, you are wondering, how do I stay calm in times of high stress? It's the best thing to do. Getting overwhelmed by stress is only going to increase the intensity by which this problem occurs. The best thing you can do when faced with stress is be calm. Because getting upset is not going to help. Is that Pluto? Yes, it is. You ask, do I believe in the afterlife or reincarnation? I believe that no matter what theory of the afterlife is true, this moment is where you are supposed to be. Life is so meaningful. We might as well keep our attention here rather than get lost in the possibilities tomorrow. I love that. Well said, Venus Cube. You can't calm the storm, so stop trying. You can calm yourself. The storm will pass. And thank you for being here, Ilya Kills. And I agree, Adam. Life is precious. Olive Patch, you share that I am always so wise. How have I learned to become so eloquent and knowledgeable? What you see in me is but a reflection of the state of your own mind. All the wisdom and patience that you see in me is merely something you have connected within you. I am but a mirror. But I have learned that when it comes to knowledge, that they come in two kinds. Knowledge that has to be acquired, and knowledge that has to be remembered. The first kind is material knowledge that we get through going out and studying from other people, reading from books, attending classes, and completing courses. But this kind of knowledge never stays. This kind of knowledge is temporary. Even if you work your way up to a PhD, you don't get to keep your PhD in your next life. It's like those job positions that are entry level and yet somehow also ask for 10 years of experience. You can't say, no problem, in my last life I had 10 years of experience. This is not something we are able to keep with us through death. So that kind of knowledge, it comes and goes. True knowledge is something which you cannot learn, that cannot be found in a book, cannot be told to you by someone else. True knowledge has to be a part of your experience now and always. True knowledge must transcend death. That kind of knowledge must be remembered because it's always there, but life gets in the way. Coming to true knowledge is more about unlearning what's in the way, our preconceptions for how things should be or shouldn't be. Coming to acceptance of what always is. And thank you, Justice Angel, for your hand hearts and 35 roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Katie, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. Pluto, you are wondering, what days do I do the ASMR lives? You think you keep missing them. On Sundays. waking, you are wondering, do we have knowledge from past lives? It is what we have yet to unlearn that continues. But true knowledge has always been there. It is here in this moment as a part of your experience. Just as it was in your past life and all of the infinite lives you've had before then too. But it is our karmas that continue. What obscures true knowledge that continues. Christina, you miss my whispering. Well, I just recorded another whispered video for my ASMR channel today. There I read through the 5th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita with whispered tones. Sky Guardian, you recommend that we read the Vachana Amrut. Let us do so. I think it is a good time also. And thank you, Neighbor Lady, for subscribing. I am always blessed to have you here. Radhe, Radhe. So, we will be reading another verse from the Vachana Amrut, which is a collection of about 300 or so discourses. These discourses took place about 200 years ago. They were given by a being who is reverently addressed here as Shriji Maharaj. Right now we are reading Gadhada 1:19. The interdependency of Atma realization and other virtues. Atma is the true self. So, self-realization. On the evening of Posh Sudhi the 1st, Samvat 1876, or the 18th of December, 1819, Shriji Maharaj was sitting in Dada Kachar's darbar in Gadhada. He was dressed entirely in white clothes. At that time, an assembly of Paramahansas, the highest kind of spiritual renunciant, as well as devotees from various places, had gathered before him. Thereupon, Shriji Maharaj said, in this satsang, fellowship, this gathering of true spiritual seekers, those devotees seeking their own ultimate liberation cannot fulfill that aim by self-realization alone, Atma realization, nor can they fulfill that aim by lovingly offering the 9 types of bhakti, devotion alone, nor can they fill that aim by vairagya, dispassion for the world alone, nor can they fulfill that aim by swadharma alone, the highest kind of duty fulfillment. Thus, all 4 virtues, in other words, Atma realization, bhakti, vairagya, and svardharma should be perfected, since they are all dependent on each other. Now, please listen as I describe how these 4 virtues are interdependent. One may have the virtue of self-realization, Atma realization, but if one does not have love towards the source of all things, called in this text as God, then one does not attain the favor of God, which can only be attained by such love. Such favor results in the attainment of the desirable and great divine power of not being overpowered by the gunas, the modes of Maya, material existence. If, on the other hand, one does have love for the source, God, but has not attained Atma, self-realization, then, due to the belief that oneself is the body, that love cannot be perfected. One may have both the virtue of Atma, self-realization, and love for God, but if one lacks firm vairagya, dispassion for the world, then the desire for worldly vishais, experiences of the senses, will prevent the perfection of Atma, self-realization, and love for God. Then again, one may have vairagya, dispassion for the world, but if one lacks the virtues of Atma realization and love for God, one does not experience the profound bliss associated with the form of God. Also, one may have Svardharma, but if love for God, Atma realization, and Vairagya are absent, then one will not be able to transcend Bhurlok, the earth plane, Bhuvalok, the interspace, and all of the realms up to Brahma's Satyalok, the highest plane of existence. That is to say, one will not be able to transcend the Brahmanans, the cosmic eggs in which this world takes place, and attain God's Akshardham, which transcends the darkness of Maya, material existence. On the other hand, one may have the three virtues of Atma realization, love for God, and Vairagya, but if Svadharma, performing one's duties, are lacking, the other three cannot be perfected. In this manner, Atma realization and the other three virtues are dependent on each other. A devotee who has extremely firmly established these four virtues within themselves through the profound association with God's ekantik bhakta, true devotees, has completed all spiritual endeavors. Only such a person should be known as an ekantik bhakta, true devotee. Therefore, a devotee having any deficiency in these four virtues should overcome that deficiency by serving and profoundly associating with the ekantik bhakta of God, with the true devotees themselves. And so we conclude Gadhada 119, the interdependency of Atma realization and other virtues. As always, those readings can be rather technical, but nonetheless, I thank you all for listening with me. We may open the floor again back up to questions and answers or discussions on all things philosophical, spiritual, consciousness related. And hello, Link. Nice to see you here. I've been doing quite well. Thank you for asking. And thank you, Fred, for your hopes that all things are well, as indeed they are. And Pluto, you ask, would I ever go on a Vipassana retreat? I would love to. given the opportunity. Yes, indeed. And Ilya Kills, you share that you love the readings. You'll be back, but thank you. You look forward to them every time. I feel like you have been in the process of saying goodbye for many minutes now. Do be free. Hand Fingers, you share that you went to the dentist today. You faced your fears. I'm so happy to hear that. And you're still here, now with even shinier teeth. So well done. Very happy to hear that. And Link, you are wondering if I've had any new developments these last few months. When put on the spot, I am not sure how to answer that. I am very delighted to continuing on my spiritual path and facing my fears, speaking of them, deepening my Sanskrit knowledge and my own discipline with many features of my life. I'm happy you enjoyed the reading, Anthony. There is a lot to comprehend. But it all boils down to having a balance in life. As many things boil down to. There are so many conversations that can simply end in, it's all about the balance. It is hard to leave. Well, I do hope I'm not keeping any of you from fulfilling your obligations. You are always welcome to leave at any time. And there is nothing here that you would be missing out on. Life takes place now, just as it does when what's happening now is of a different form. And thank you, Sultana of the Sahara. Now, Link, you ask, am I still wrapping up my degree? No, it's been years now since I've attended my university classes. I think I have made peace with the fact that my education is going to continue in different ways. I can always return if I want to, but right now I feel like a student of life rather than a student of mathematics and physics. And I did do Gadada 119, Sky Guardian, but 116 was the last one. So next time we'll have to fill in the gaps, 17 and 18. Thank you for pointing that out. And I'm always happy to have you here, Sultana of the Sahara. And thank you, Sammy, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Honey Badger Heals. You ask if I've heard that 2024 is the year of truth. What does that mean? It's always the year of the truth. For truth always is. It is now. It is here. And forgive me while I clear my throat. Alright, we're back. Link, you share that you're not sure if I remember your fiancé, But you moved in together and are getting married pretty soon. That's so lovely. I am very happy to hear that for you both. Yes, you both deserve a very happy marriage. And thank you for sharing that. My best wishes to you both. And Sultana, you would love me to visit the Sahara Desert, which is a funny pair of words, isn't it? The desert. Thank you. I would love to visit the Sahara as well. And I'm glad that you look forward to the new ASMR Gita chapter, 31 Planes. And Jenna, you ask if you can get a reading. Well, I don't do readings, for there is nothing I have to tell you that you don't already know. There is so much truth within you. It is all there, and no one needs to tell you what you already are. That is love, bliss supreme. And much love to you, Gina. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Link. I have been feeling very happy, and my needs have been very much met. Ilya Kills is still struggling to leave. You are not very good with goodbyes, are you? You're wondering how old am I? In this body, I have surpassed 22 trips around the sun. Thank you, Jacob. I hope to reflect your wishes back on you all, and wish you all nothing but the best in life. May this moment be the best moment, continuing ad infinitum. Hello, user 623. And thank you, Gina, for your trio of roses. And hello, Chillin' Mommy. Welcome. Buntov, you are wondering if I practice mudra. Well, sometimes to keep my hands busy, below the camera, I put them in mudras. However, my spiritual practice is more service-centered than body-centered. My meditation is through all of you, by being able to uplift what virtues are already present within you. I become witness to the beauty that you share with me, and that is my favorite form of meditation. And thank you, Kaisa, for your tiny. Yippee! And thank you, 31 Planes of Existence, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Caleb, you are wondering what I do with the money I make from performing. Right now it goes towards my therapist, my toothpaste, the food that I put in my stomach, and most importantly, the trip for India that I am planning this summer, so that I can expand my horizon, leave home, and return with a newfound appreciation for the privileges I have here, as well as for the context that I will expand into. with the cultures there and their ancient lineages. And thank you, 31 Plains, for your rose and flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. Currently, my destination is set at Bodh Gaya, but I look forward to going to various places. I look forward to walking aimlessly and just seeing where I arrive. In Cypher Enigma, you're wondering, what's my favorite incarnation? This one! And I love Ram Das Caleb and his guru, Neem Karoli Baba. Link, you share that your parents are from Punjab, in case I go there. They are known for Sikhism, indeed. Well, thank you. I also know that the Sikhs are very hospitable. Their hospitality is incomparable. And thank you, Brady, for your hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And spiritual teachers as well. Very true indeed. Have I heard of the Sufis? Sufism is a wonderful branch of Islam, a mystical branch. And Caleb, you share that you've listened to Jidhu Krishnamurti the most. Spelling is not a strength. That's quite alright. Indian names can be indeed hard to transcribe. Krishnamurti is a lovely representative for Raja Yoga, the king of yoga. That is all about living a highly active life, deeply engaged with service to others and self-control, and not getting too lost in all of the esoteric aspects of the spiritual journey. Re. You are wondering, do I follow a certain religion or follow truth like Yeshua? I have followed Yeshua, and he led me to the same place. I have followed the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and he led me to the same place. I have followed Prince Siddhartha Gautama, the Buddha, and he led me to the same place. I followed Krishna, and he led me to the same place. Linda, you are wondering, in my opinion or belief system, how can I define reality? reality is that which evades definition. And there's your definition. As soon as you define it, it is no longer real. It is now a concept that we've superimposed upon the real. Reality is what is. There is no more specific definition than that. And thank you, Melina, for your team bracelet. Hari Om Tat Sat. Prince Infinite, you were wondering if I've read the Quran and my opinion on it. I have not read the entirety of the Quran, nor have I read the entirety of any scripture. However, I did watch a wonderful movie about the life of the Prophet in high school, and that was enough to know the truth. There in the Middle East, in Mecca, the Kaaba was filled with so many different patron saints and deities, family gods, and everyone was bickering over which was real and which was wrong. My God's more powerful than your God. No, you need to donate money to my God and he'll bless you. Don't give money to that God. There was so much confusion. And so a messenger came to simplify everything. Why don't we take all of these statues and we put them elsewhere? Why don't we leave the Kaaba empty as a reminder that truth is one, and in that one there is no form that can represent the Absolute. Let us call that formless Supreme Allah. Let us not worry ourselves so much about various forms in which we personify truth. Let us recognize that truth is the very energy of this entire existence. And that is the message. It is so simple, and yet we're always at odds with each other. Disagreeing about what's on the surface, without realizing that we are united at heart. And it is the unity which we should strive for, rather than getting lost in the diversity. Thank you, Melina, for your pair of tiny dinies. Yippee! A team bracelet and a lock and key. Radhe, Radhe. And Fatty McFatso, also known as Beautiful McBeautiful. Beauty McBeautiful. Let's go with that. Thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Amasa, for your 7 roses. Radhe, Radhe. One little creature, you were wondering, what is that thing with the happy yams on it? It is my microphone. Sorry, I don't know if that was too loud. But I've put a sock on it. A Yamsox on it. And thank you, OPNG, for your trio of ice cream cones. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Linda, you share that the more you learn here, the more questions you have. Have I told you the joke? Do you know the difference between an enlightened person and an unenlightened person? The unenlightened person is searching for answers. The enlightened person is searching for questions. Here, I can upgrade that joke, but it won't be funny. The unenlightened person is looking for better and better answers, but the enlightened person is looking for better and better questions. Okay, says Linda. Okay, indeed. Sultana of the Sahara, you are wondering how long I am planning to go to India for. Well, as long as my travel visa will permit me. Or as long as until I get too scared and I want to go back home. Whichever comes first. It could happen pretty quick. Hello, Becky. So, you and Stephen are watching together tonight. Thank you for your love, both of you both. Much love back to you. Don't worry, I do have a guide. And that guide is above, always watching. Enchantress Theodora, you share that you're trying to take care of someone that hates you. Now, without context, I certainly can't share my advice, but I would want you to know that hate is never personal. We talked about it in Roar of the Ganges yesterday, that people may have hate and direct it merely for the role that you are participating in. But although your role depends on you, you are independent from your roles. What they are angry at is merely an image they have, which you seem to represent for them. As long as you can separate yourself from that image, then they don't have to, in order for you to be unaffected by it. And thank you, Brady, for your dancing beaver and sunglasses. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, one little creature. I love your motivation. And I believe that TikTok is not one of the apps that is allowed in India, so I might have to look into other ways to share my experience with you. since Diaper Stain, you asked if I will be doing lives when I do go to India. If I can find a way to do so, then I would very much like to. And Waves, you were wondering if I can tell you my opinions on Jesus Christ. I don't have opinions per se. It is not like I look at people, concepts, and things with opinions. I only have experiences. And in my experience, there is a lot of beauty and truth in the Christ. And if you are able to witness that beauty, then I am happy for you. And I wish you success in your journey for His divine association. And thank you, Linda, for your 21 roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. When do I want to go to India? Masa asks. Right now my tentative date is the 20th of August. And that is true, Lynette. Instagram or YouTube are avenues that I could pursue when streaming from India. Maybe I could connect through my PC. That is very true. Yeah. I'm sure there are clever workarounds. But of course I'd like to respect TikTok's terms of service, as well as India's rules and regulations. So I will be cautious towards those kinds of solutions at the moment. And thank you for sharing that, one little creature. The beauty in Christ is His service and love. We can all use His friendship. That's so sweet. I'm very grateful that you are here and sharing such uplifting sentiments. Antonis, you are wondering, what is my religion? Whatever yours is, if you will include me on it. I'm just happy to be a part of life. And life expresses itself in so many different ways. In whatever way you find truth, I support you in that. Pluto, you are curious. Is India like the spiritual hub? You don't know much about Hinduism. You could consider it like that, indeed. India has a very rich history of spirituality that goes back many thousands of years. And it's one of the few regions that never sought to expand in its empire, nor has it ever been conquered. So there has been a continuity of spiritual traditions there that have very rarely seen any kind of, I guess, external influence, since they were allowed to grow pretty much unimpeded for the last 5,000 years or so. Now in modern times, of course, at least relatively modern times, there is a lot of external influence, like the British colonialism that happened. And with the internet and the interconnectivity of the digital age, that is changing also. But still there remains a rich heritage of spiritual diversity that is unparalleled in many ways, and I look forward to interfacing with that a little more directly. My heart's already there. My body has yet to catch up. And Link, you share that before the British imperialism was the Mughal Empire, which took over one of the regions, but before that it was fairly untouched, split into many smaller empires. Thank you for sharing that. Why don't we read from another section of this lovely book that seems to be hiding from me? There it is. I feel it. This is the Pocket Pema Chodron. Pema is a lovely Buddhist nun. Some of her wisest words have been shared here in this book of 108 verses. Let us read 55. We never know. When we think that something is going to bring us pleasure, we don't know what's really going to happen. When we think something is going to give us misery, we don't know. Letting there be room for not knowing is the most important thing of all. We try to do what we think is going to help, but we don't know. We never know if we're going to fall flat or sit up tall. When there's a big disappointment, we don't know if that's the end of the story. It may be just the beginning of a great adventure. I read somewhere about a family who had only one son. They were very poor. This son was extremely precious to them, and the only thing that mattered to his family was that he bring them some financial support and prestige. Then he was thrown from a horse and crippled. It seemed like the end of their lives. 2 weeks after that, the army came into the village and took away all the healthy, strong men to fight in the war. And this young man was allowed to stay behind and take care of his family. Life is like that. We don't know anything. We call something bad. We call it good. But we really just don't know. We never know. Thank you for listening. Gaia, you are wondering, does anyone have an opinion on riots, necessary or not? If not, why? Everything depends on the context in which they exist in. And there are many contexts in which a voice may not be heard without making some kind of demonstration. Many of the rights of individuals have come to the surface due to making a big demonstration so that people will listen. It is not always necessary, and it is not always unnecessary. I believe that anger is a quality of the divine feminine, and when she wields it for justice, for standing up for what is right, then she is very valid in her vocalization, in her ardent self-expression. And thank you, Masa, for your finger heart. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm happy that you just love the Pema Chodran minute in these lives, Tansuela. I do too. I can see why people call her one of the wisest women in the world. And thank you, Christopher, for your heart mate. Hari Om Tat Sat. Keeping it wheels. You share that it's a powerful reading for you, as you are paralyzed at 19 and have found countless blessings because of it. Never know. Now your username has so much meaning to me. Keeping it wheels. I like that. And I'm so glad that I could read that for you. And that you connected with it. And that you have found so many blessings in the challenges that have come your way. And Maria del Pilar, thank you for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. Cody, you share that I helped you tap into your infinite potential and you reached the rank of master in League of Legends. I love to hear that. I'm so glad that you applied yourself, took inspiration, and continued practicing, climbing the ranks, bettering your abilities. And Honey Badger, you share that you think you have to listen to this whole live again today. Well, I do upload them all. You're always welcome to that. And Brady, my apologies. Thank you for your swan. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Adversity isn't always a bad thing. Shares Everybody Loves Raven. It woke you the hell up. Adversity can be very jarring. That is for sure. It can open us up to change. If we are willing, of course. And hello, Gina. You share that you have so many customers there now. You're so sorry, but you can still watch it later, right? That is true. And you're always welcome to leave whenever your obligations, or even whenever you just feel like it. I am happy to have you here, but that doesn't mean I depend on you being here for my happiness. Do attend to your customers if you aren't already. Thank you, Joa Supermoto, for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Gina, for your pair of roses. Charlene Stardust, a lovely name. You ask, would I say that I'm agnostic, believer of God or gods, atheist, or just generally spiritual? All of the above. I am agnostic in that I am open for my beliefs to change. I believe in God because there is a source of existence. And I believe in God's plural because that source can be manifest in many ways. And I am an atheist in that I reject the idea of any form of God being the correct one more than another. I believe in the non-existence of God because that absence itself is the space which creation arises in. And I am generally spiritual. And Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. Hello, Dreamy Kundalini. A good rhythm of your name. And hello, Aquarius lady. And thank you for your good night wishes that you bestow upon everyone. I like that sentiment. May your tomorrow be better than today. Thank you, Masa, for your 7 roses. Radhe, Radhe. Pluto, you are wondering if I practice grounding, like walking around barefoot. I think I do nothing but walk around barefoot. Much to my mother's dismay, I mowed the lawn while barefoot the other day. And my goodness, I'm sure she was clenching her toes the whole time. Ah! What if your feet get caught in the lawnmower? Well, I'll try not to step in front of it or stick my feet under it. But she was really worried about me walking into the house after with all of the green chlorophyll staining everything. And thank you, Dreamy Kundalini, for your friendship necklace. Radhe, Radhe. And I always walk around. If I can't barefoot, then I'll just wear sandals. Flip-flops, as we call them here. Much to people's dismay, when it's snowy, people are always asking, how can you walk around? Aren't your feet cold? I say, well, yeah. Then you should cover up. I don't want to. But don't you want to be more comfortable? Not at all, in fact. I prefer discomfort. How can you grow when you're always comfortable? You need a little challenge. And thank you, Brady, for your hat and mustache. Jai Sitaram. And Dreamy Kundalini, thank you for your 11 roses. Jai Sitaram. Pluto, you are wondering, is there a reason as to why certain Hindu deities have different colors, like blue or green? It's a good question. I remember thinking about the blue color before. I was imagining what might the face of God look like in a non-Hindu context, just as though there were a void which was all pervasive, a nothingness, and a face melded into being from that nothingness. What might it look like? And then I thought, I feel as though a canonical color would be no color at all, or all the colors. It would look like a mirror, like chrome. And then I thought, how would you depict chrome if not by blue? At least according to the pigments that were at ancient people's disposal. That blueness represents a kind of chromaticity, a reflection of the sky, of the ocean, the mirror upon which you see your very own soul. Jade Monique, you are wondering, what are things that irritate me or make me mad? Myself. The only person that has the power to anger me is me. When other people irritate me, I am merely letting them, giving them the key. And then I snatch it back. Wait a second, what am I doing? Your words don't define me. I only allow them to define me, and why am I doing that? This whole system is under my control. Why should I give feelings more power than others, especially when they come from one another? Now every time that I become irritable, I see it as my own defect. Instead of trying to fix the surroundings, change something, I realize that if I were just more patient, if I were just more open right now, if I were more accepting, then nothing would bother me. And that's what I really want to get to. Not a state where I'm surrounded by comforting things, but a state where I could be surrounded by uncomfortable things and yet inwardly remain unbothered. That's true freedom. Not freedom from the things that irritate you, but freedom from your own irritation. And that is what I strive for. Pluto, you ask, do I have any phobias? Yes. I don't fear that my life will come to an end. I fear that it never had a beginning. And so in each moment, I try to begin my life again. Maria, you ask, when is my birthday? People celebrate my birthday on the 1st of October, 2001. But when I was younger, I thought happy birthday meant I love you. So I would say happy birthday to everyone. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. Because we are all born again in each moment. We are ever new. We have come into being now, and now, and now. So we should always be celebrating. And I love that quote, Gregor G. from Ellen Watts. You are not obligated to be the same person you were a moment ago. One of my favorite ones, and one of the most trippiest ones, is that none of your sentences have to make sense relative to the previous ones. We only assume that each word follows each other in sequence, as if there was a greater narrative. But if you pickle a cucumber in vinegar, it tastes sour. And I think about that. And thank you, Keys, for your balloons. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Bobby Sue, thank you for your heart me, team bracelet, and cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. Mullet Giraffe, you share that you don't like being treated like a butler, but you enjoy playing the role to make others happy by choice. I love that. Well said. Maria, you ask, do I like astrology? I don't know much about it. Honey Badger, you share that you feel like this info will take a few days to integrate. Let it marinate. And thank you, Displaced Hillbilly, for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hello, John. You ask, Where am I? Who is you? These are questions I ask myself every moment. Who am I? Where is this? Why do I exist? What is the meaning of this life? It reminds me of the joke. Socrates was walking down the street, and a pedestrian approached him and was curious to know who this wise old man was. And so he asked him, "Who are you?" And Socrates paused, said, "I have been thinking about that question all morning," and continued walking. Destiny, you ask, what music do I like? Whatever you play for me, and whatever I can play for you. Love jihad, you share. You don't think they had pedestrians in ancient Greece, 'cause no cars. You just were a Greek. I am sure that there were carts driven by animals and other large carrying things on roly things. But I see your point. Sky Guardian, you share that Gregor had a good question for me. Am I going to Dada Kachar's Darbar? I am not familiar where that is, other than it was a place where Swami Narayan delivered many of his lectures in the Vachanamrut. Where that is exactly, I am not sure. But naturally, I would be very drawn to pilgrim my way to such a holy site. Pluto, you ask, do I feel like I have the gift of discernment? Well, let's see here. It's a simple test. Put one hand like this, and then the hand like this, and then I look at a finger, and I try to move it. See if I can discern which finger is which. Okay. I'm going to move this one. That was indeed the one I was looking at. Okay, let me try this again. Nope, that wasn't the one I was going for. Yeah, that's it. Okay, one more. Let's go for that one. Yeah, alright. 2 out of 3. It's pretty good. Ain't perfect, but I'll take what I can get. Gregor, you share that the Darbar is in a town called Gadada. Yamaji? Good to know. That makes a lot of sense. But where is Gadada? That I would like to know. And I'm happy you enjoy the background. Unicorn Casper. My night is well. Thank you for asking. And thank you, Rasa. I'm very grateful to host this space for you to feel calm in. And Honey Badger Heals, you asked a few minutes ago what the Schumann resonance is and how important is it. Schumann resonance, something like the resonance frequency of the Earth's atmosphere, and then something like 7.52 hertz, around there, maybe. How important is it? Well, some people really love playing around with frequencies and the meanings that certain frequencies have. I believe that frequencies are relative, like how if you change the pitch of a song, it still sounds like the same song. It'll have the same feeling to it. But if you change the key, which is you change the ratio between some of those frequencies, you could go from a major key to a minor key. I don't know why I had a sudden southern drawl saying that. Now that does change the feeling of the song. Have you ever heard the Imperial March from Star Wars played in a major key? Now that sounds completely different than how it does originally. So I am more interested in the interplay between frequencies, in the dissonance and harmony, than I am any particular frequency. And thanks for hanging out, Maria. Happy to have you here. And Brady, thank you for your hearts a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. John, you had asked, do you think your perspective... Seems like the universe is trying to not get me to read your question. Do you think your perspective shapes your reality? John must be answered. You cannot prevent me from speaking to you, John. I believe that our reality is what we make of it. The events in our life are largely out of our control, but what we make out of them, that is something within our control. Consider the famous story of a pair of twins. These twins were the children of an alcoholic, and one of those twins grew up to be an alcoholic as well, and the other twin grew up to be sober and also very successful. And so, a psychologist was studying the effects of people who grew up in very similar environments and also with the same genetics. So, what kind of differences arose even when the nurture and nature of someone is the same? She asked the first twin, why do you think your life ended up the way it did? This was the alcoholic twin. And he said, with my father an alcoholic, I can't see any other way it could have been. the same question was asked to the successful and sober twin. And he said, "With my father an alcoholic, I can't see any other way it could have been." The very same answer to the very same question to people with the same genetics, the same upbringing. So it is not a question of nature versus nurture. It is a question of what's within. And one twin saw the adversity in their life as an inescapable path for them to also go down. And the other twin saw the very same circumstance with inspiration to transcend that pattern. What is the difference here? The difference is our perspective. The reality is the same, regardless of our perspective. However, it is what our perspective leads to. Greater fulfillment is possible even in adverse situations when we choose to see things positively. And thank you, Giuliano, for your heart me a moment ago. Radhe, Radhe. People are sharing binary in the chat. Mullet Giraffe says 100101110. Sakura shares the Mersenne number 11111111. And thank you, Morgan, for the let 'em cook and the hanging lights. Jai Sitaram. We are all one. I like that, Sultana. And without that one, we are all zero. Gratitude is the one before all the zeros. Without it, it makes this whole life without any value. Thank you, Morgan, for your heart me. Hariom Tat Sat. Sakura, you shared that you learned computer programming. Indeed. Ones and zeros, the binary that make up all software. The programming that makes our software what it is are the thoughts we believe in during the day and the words we tell ourselves while awake. You know, my father, he always complains of nightmares, terribly graphic nightmares. And he wonders why that is. Sometimes he blames his medication. Yeah, it's the medication I'm on. Makes me have terrible nightmares. But on any particular Friday night, what is he up to? Well, he's either watching a documentary on some crime, reading about the horrors of war, watching some action movie. It's no surprise that if during the day we feed our mind with graphic material, then our subconscious is going to be imprinted by that. Thank you, Kiere Wiache, for your rose and heart me. Jai Sitaram. Sakura, you share. Tell him to sing a mantra before and after bed. That's a good idea. And thank you, Balbina, for your rose. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And thank you, Steph, for your rose. Radhe Radhe. Stones on fire, you ask, what is worship? Worship is a celebration in the form of reverence for our own benefit. When we reminisce on the infinitude of that great being in which all of us are fragmentary portions, then that gives meaning to our life and imbues it with bliss, feeling like we are part of a greater whole. That is puja, or worship. G to infinity. May you ask, does my father have anxiety too? Indeed, my father has had a lot of anxious moments in his life. Many of them around my age now. He has also come a long way in not giving in to that anxiety and just not caring anymore, as he puts it, which I respect. At some point, anxiety arises. Hey, I'm here to spook you. And you just go, I don't care. Steph, thank you for that rose. Radhe Radhe. Shikamaru, you share that you're currently having a hard time working on your bad habits, laziness, procrastination, what to do. Don't worry about your bad habits. They'll sort themselves out. Instead, work on your good habits. They will drop away when you bring your mind to higher and higher things. Chrono Pig, you ask, what's up with free will? What is up indeed? Reminds me of a joke that I told in my dream a few nights ago. For whatever reason in my dream, I walked into a bar and I got everyone's attention, and I stood up on a table and I said, will everyone who's down for gravity please stand up? And then we all started floating. I don't know how my subconscious came up with that. But I appreciated that joke so much that I woke up and then started telling my friend about the dream. And then I realized I was still dreaming. I was dreaming that I woke up, and I was dreaming that I was telling them about the joke in my dream. And then finally, when I woke up for real, I had to first explain that I dreamt that I woke up and told you, and now I'm telling you for real. And by that point, the humor of the joke had worn off. Gaia, you ask, so what if there's a blank mind? A blank mind is no mind at all. A mind is defined by its collection of thoughts. Without any thoughts, there is no mind. There is just consciousness. But consciousness without a mind is no consciousness at all. Consciousness, though does not depend on the mind for its existence, depends on it for its self-expression, depending on which thoughts energy is given to. Those actions express the self. Chrono Pig, you ask, do you think we have any agency over our external world and biology to actually think freely? No. It is said in the ancient scriptures that it is not the body nor the mind which we have agency over. The mind has agency over the body indeed. It is from the mind that the body is compelled into action. But we do not choose which thoughts arise. Our mindset is determined by our intellect, and our intellect is determined by our ego. We are neither of these things. What we are is the awareful witness, that which experiences this life like a movie. But like a movie, we have one agency to associate with some characters and not with others. We can associate with various themes of the story. But unlike a movie, these associations influence the plot. From our awareness, which accumulates in some things and less so in others, our sense of self becomes defined by that accumulation of association. That is called the ego. Depending on one's ego, we then naturally gain different experiences. Even if you perceive the same event as someone else, how you choose to identify with the event will give rise to a very different experience. Just like two people can watch the same movie, and one person comes out of it loving it, and the other person hates it. Why? Because their accumulation of association was placed in different parts. One person paid attention to the CGI, another person paid attention to the acting, a third person paid attention to the color grading, a fourth person paid attention to the cinematography, a fifth person paid attention to the writing, a sixth person paid attention to the directing, and many, many other people paid attention to all of these things in various parts. Depending on what your attention goes to, on your sense of self, this gives rise to a very different experience of the same movie. So our ego, our sense of self, our associations give rise to various experiences. It is from these experiences that we cultivate knowledge through deductive and inductive reasoning by subconscious processing of the experiences we've had. These experiences in the form of knowledge help us make decisions now and in the future based on what we've experienced before. And this is the role of the intellect, to use what knowledge is given to it by the experiences of the ego to harbor a certain mindset in accordance to its guidance. It is then that the body acts on these thoughts which arise due to the intellect's calling. So the agency of free will is not in the realm of the body, senses, mind, intellect, or even ego. It is in the awareness alone, through the power of association. This is not discovered by me. I merely only discovered this to be in a text written 5,160 years ago. This is all described very plainly in the Bhagavad Gita, which is a song, a Gita, a Bhagavad Gita, a divine song that was sung on the battlefield of Kurukshetra in the great Mahabharata war before the turn of the age. Did they have internet back then? Asks Brady. Well, much like how the contents of my room, this scene, is physically very far away from where you are physically, it is being broadcast through you, to you through the internet. Actually, the Bhagavad Gita is also broadcasted because it is relayed by Sanjaya, the narrator, to the king who is blind. He himself cannot see, but his associate, Sanjaya, he was gifted with divine vision. Although the faculty of the internet was not there, there was another faculty which allowed him to be able to perceive the events of the war and relay the Bhagavad Gita to the king, Dhritarashtra, as it was ongoing. Gentry, honey, you are wondering, how old am I? In this life, 22. Hello, Martin Bueno. Linda, you share that antidepressants can change your negative thoughts into positive. Isn't that so? Antidepressants don't directly affect the mind, but they can provide you with the space for you to grow within. For example, SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, they merely increase the available serotonin. The serotonin is still there. and it is still being used in all the same ways. It merely increases the opportunity for it to be used. You still have to go out and do the things which give rise to a release of serotonin, which are works of accomplishment, things that we do, that we get satisfaction from. That effort must be applied on our part still. I'm glad you love these thoughts on serotonin, Ambrosia. And what a sentence that is. It's very meta, if you think about it. Antidepressants aren't a fix-all. We still have to do the healing and do the growth. The same is true for therapy. We can walk into a therapist's office and they could be there to help us. But if we're not interested in doing any introspection, then no therapy will actually help. We have to be open to the experience still to gain anything from it. Derek Ivy, you are wondering, what do I think about hypnotherapy? It's not something I've experienced, so I am unable to talk about it. But I have heard from others that it can be a powerful tool to interface with your subconscious. Very funny, Chrono Pig. Can you explain procrastination again? I wasn't listening. Ambrosia. I concur. You must sit in your discomfort. Best therapy advice you got in 20-ish years. It's still challenging to convey this idea to those who want more than anything but to escape their discomfort. Actually, the discomfort is what is molding you, shaping you, opening you up to new experiences. By sitting with it, you are growing, expanding. It is the comforts of life that limit us, that restrict our ability to be open. If we are surrounded by softness, then any hardness will feel like misery. But if we see hardness as the default, then softness becomes not the standard, but an unnecessary and merciful blessing. And thank you, one cheeky chick, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram. Riley, you ask, Yam, how do you forgive yourself after you do something embarrassing because of social anxiety? You're just a silly little guy. Being silly means that you're gonna have some embarrassing times. And that's just lovely, because it's part of the whole experience of life. Making mistakes while you're vulnerable is all a part of your growth, your journey. You are so valid in everything awkward, silly, and embarrassing that you do. The only one that holds us accountable for being embarrassing is ourselves, because we have expectations we put upon ourselves. Drop them. I love that. Love your smiles. Life is messy. Love yourself and have fun. And thank you, freed soul, for your TGIF and 10 roses. Jai Sitaram. Gentry Honey, you ask a funny question. What are my thoughts on temporal time? Temporal is the adjective of time. It's like saying spacious space. Temporal time. Colorful color. Happy happiness. And thank you, Michelle, for your quartet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Riley, you say thank you. I need to learn to manage my expectations. That's another expectation. I need to learn how to manage my expectations. You just gave yourself another expectation. Drop that also. You don't need to learn anything. You are enough. Okay, I need to learn that I am enough. No, even that's another expectation. You are free. You are already free. Freed soul, you share that you think there's a delay, and I'm from the other realm, as you sent the roses an hour ago. My goodness. Well, I am grateful that they arrived at all. Thank you. Yeah. But you need to learn that you are already free. Another expectation. Indeed. At some point in that cosmic frustration, you go from to I don't get it, it's all confusing. I can't make any sense of it. It seems like everything I come up with is just shattered, and my goodness, life goes on, and every time I think of something new, my old expectations are shattered, and I know I'm not supposed to even have expectations about not having expectations, and it's all just a silly mess of things that's lovely, and I'm just happy to be here. Thank you, Miranda. Why am I so pretty? Because your mind has the capacity to find prettiness in others. And that, to me, is pretty cool. One person could walk by a flower and without thinking, continue walking. Another person could walk by and go, "What is that weed doing there? Invasive species." And keep walking. And a third person could see the same flower and go, "Wow, you are beautiful." What is the difference? Well, it wasn't found in the flower, I can tell you that. It is that the first person had an indifferent mind. The second person had a mind full of weeds. And the third person had a beautiful mind. Apple user, you ask, why do I feel so calm, but a little bit uneasy? Maybe you're not used to feeling calm, that you feel like you shouldn't be, that it isn't rightly earned. There is something you should be anxious about. And other lies the mind tells itself. Look at this new little guy. You ask, how to eliminate hatred when you hate everything and everyone? Elimination is another form of hatred. To eliminate hatred would be using fire to fight fire. Instead of eliminating your emotions, learn to befriend them, be curious, and ask questions. Why do I have so much hatred? What purpose is it serving? And I don't mean that what's the word for a question that is answered or asked without any reason? A certain kind of question. One of you will know. A rhetorical question. Thank you. It's not a rhetorical question either. What purpose does this hatred have? Genuinely, all feelings do have a purpose in our life. Explore that. And then explore what other possibilities could still fulfill that purpose, but in more practical ways. Hatred is often unpractical. It's heavy, hard to carry with you. Unwieldy. It's a good word. oftentimes there are other solutions to a problem that don't involve judging it. Consider walking into a room and knocking over a lamp, and the light bulb smashes. You could judge what just happened. I'm so clumsy. The light bulb shouldn't have been there. I should have been more cautious. Now I have to buy another. Most of us exist in this state most of the time. Whenever something happens, we start judging the event. But it's possible to observe the situation from a non-judgmental perspective and still get everything done that needs to happen. You could say, instead of, I knocked over the light bulb, you could say, it broke. I was here to watch it fall. It now needs to be cleaned up. Here is an opportunity to clean it up. Notice the difference in thinking pattern. In the second mode of thought, there was no identification. The word I, me, or mine never showed up. And yet, everything that needed to be acknowledged went acknowledged, and it still got cleaned up. The light broke. It needed to be cleaned up, and that's an opportunity. Look at this new little guy. You share that sometimes it feels like hatred fills you, rather than you actually doing the hating, like it's unattached. And that's a very powerful perspective to come to, and you're absolutely right. And it takes a lot of people a long time to get there. And if you're already there, or on the precipice of that, then you're very close to hatred being a thing of the past. Because when it does arise, knowing this to be the case, all you have to do is wait it out, rather than reacting to it. Know your own limits. If you feel, for example, that you're unable to continue some conversation, no one is going to judge you for saying, I have to leave the room right now. That is an infinitely better thing to say than what might happen if you don't. And you can express that you're angry. You can say, I'm getting angry right now, and I'd like for you to give me some space so I can process it without hurting you. And that's a very respectable thing to say, for example. And that's very understandable. Arising from boredom. Yes. The mode of passion. You know, there's a funny relationship to the mode of passion and the food we eat. I would make a bet that you eat a lot of onion and garlic, or caffeinated drinks, or spicy food. And thank you, the mechanic's daughter, for your rose a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Riley, thank you for your tiny. Yippee! There is a subtle relationship between the food that we put in our body and the thoughts that arise in our mind. Really heavy food makes one irritable. Makes one unable to engage in their responsibilities. Spicy, caffeinated, or overspiced foods makes one very controlling or extremely passionate. And food that is very simple, sweet, gives rise to a very flexible mind. And thank you, Riley, for your tiny. Yippee! And look at this new little guy. You share that you understand that you're not actually the one hating. You know it's an ego mechanism. With that understanding, that is most of the journey complete already. In fact, that understanding, paired with the humility to admit that it's something you could work on, that is 99% of the way there. And thank you, Michelle, for your tiny. Yippee! And you're also aware of the success you've gained from hateful states of mind, the power and leverage. That is also a very wise observation. But let not your mind seek to control. Seek to control your mind, and that is true power and leverage. The leverage one has over their own mind. Now that is a divine feat. You may conquer the world, but the one who has conquered their mind, now they live a success story that will survive the test of time. Every time such a being comes who has conquered their mind, their story is so powerful. Religions are formed around them. When the Christ was being crucified, did he lash out in anger or in hatred? Quite the opposite. What did he say? Forgive them, Father. Now that is divine. Corin, you share that you're imagining baby Yam being way beyond his years and explaining existential concepts to other babies. I was a very antisocial baby. It impacted my development quite severely. And I had so much anger in me and so much resistance to other children. Nobody wanted to be my friend when I was younger. I had a lot of hatred. And it has been a big journey for me coming to acceptance of others and acceptance of myself and for the events in my life, forgiving myself for the trauma that my parents have caused me and for the relationships I've had with others. Forgiveness is a powerful tool. Good morning, Alfie. '30s movie idol. You share, so did your youngest daughter. She screamed and cried for hours at a time as a baby and toddler. Yeah. Me too. Thank you, Corin. Warrior Priestess, you were wondering why. I am not so certain that my tendencies could be explained in one lifetime alone. Many have tried, especially myself. At some point, I had to accept that if I came out of the womb fighting, I must have entered death fighting in my last life. And I love that Kyarewiyate. Giving is a joy. Indeed it is. Steph, it's okay. You share this very politely. Please don't think you're being disrespectful. But why do I talk like a guru can only be taught? Well, I have never once called myself a guru, nor will I claim to be ever. That is something that you see in me. But I have learned from many gurus, and I'm sure they've rubbed off on me. And thank you, Tattvamasi, for your quintet of roses. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Jessica, for your finger heart. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Al dente nudo, you ask? How exactly does one do a past life regression? Your guess is as good as mine. And Steph, you clarify. No, it is that I speak like other gurus that are trained. Why don't I speak with my natural tongue? This is my natural tongue in this context. But what you notice in people who discuss spiritual matters is that there are particular ways of speaking which better convey the topics at hand. For instance, if I wanted to try to impress you all, I'd speak very quickly, quicker than your mind could catch up, so it would sound like I would be saying a lot. I'm sure you've noticed. There are some people who are very good at speaking very quickly. I am not one of those people. I want to give you the opportunity to understand the words I'm saying. So I pause between sentences and words so that they may sink in a little deeper. And thank you, al dente nudo, for your hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. Look at this new little guy. You are wondering, what was the single most life-changing piece of advice I've received? That my life changes from within, not from without. So there is nothing I can receive from others for my life to change. It has to come from inside. That we cannot wait for the world to get better, for ourselves to get better. We have to take the initiative. And thank you, Nick, for your rose and hand hearts. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Shelby, for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Sam, for your heart me also. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. look at this new little guy. You share, in other words, responsibility and discipline. I see the truth in that interpretation. However, I will emphasize also that the responsibility and discipline also must come from within. That is to say, we have a responsibility, first and foremost, to our own well-being. And the motivator for discipline shouldn't come from without. Our discipline is not defined by external signs, but how we forgive and motivate ourselves to succeed. And thank you, Marlin, for your quartet of ice cream cones and 7 tiny dinies. Yippee! And a half dozen ice cream cones as well. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Masa, for your tiny diny. Yahoo! And Sam, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sitaram. And Kiare Wietche, you ask for tips on learning about Hinduism in India. My favorite form of content is visual. I like watching documentaries or movies. YouTube has a large selection of free movies on Hinduism, Buddhism, Sikhism, many of the isms, Jainism in India. I would explore the catalog on the internet. And thank you, Craig, for your trio of tiny dinies. Yum, yum, yum. A forever Rosa and a heart. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm happy that you enjoy the sweet mantras, Sultana of the Sahara. And I'm glad that you enjoy the finger heart. I do too. And staff, I thank you for your patience in asking questions. And I appreciate your concern, both for everyone here and yourself in the presence of what is probably an unfamiliar environment. And with hope that I speak to your heart, although I don't expect anyone to understand. The space here on a TikTok Live is open for everyone. You are welcome regardless of what background you have, identity, orientation, belief system. I personally have no belief system for you. I believe that truth is like the ocean, and we are all on an island. I'll tell you a story. My mother was taking a vacation up island. I live on an island, by the way. And she was going for a hike through a forest. And this couple started approaching her. And lo and behold, you'll never guess who it was. It was the king of social media, Mark Zuckerberg, and his wife. Mark Zuckerberg actually asked my mom a question. He asked which way to the ocean. Which is a funny question to be asked when you live on an island. I guess he and his wife were also on a little vacation. And so my mom didn't know what to say. She said, well, yeah, if you keep going the way you're going, you will reach the ocean. Which is true. Even if he went in the opposite direction, he would reach the ocean. The only people that aren't reaching the ocean are the ones going in circles on the island. But as long as you maintain your course, you'll reach the ocean. And not a different ocean. All water is one. Likewise, whatever trajectory in your life you come into this live stream with, I only wish to send you on your way, not in another direction, but with increased speed. Like when you play with Hot Wheels. They were all the rage when I was younger. Some of my friends had better Hot Wheel tracks. I only had the basic ones. Just a simple circle. It was very boring. But some of my spoiled friends, they would have this attachment that you could put anywhere on your Hot Wheel track. And as the car would drive through it, it would gain speed. It was motorized, had these spinning wheels. And every time the car passed through it, it would accelerate. Which I thought is a funny thing to have on a Hot Wheel track. Because I think half the point is to be playing with it. But then you could just step away, you could just watch it. Then who's really playing? But likewise, I hope to be like that accelerator. As you pass through this live, may you leave with greater speed. Whether you are Christian, whether you are Buddhist, Jain, Taoist, Hindu, Jew, Muslim, or maybe you're not defined by your religion. Maybe you're an athlete. Maybe you are a cook. Maybe you just like to crochet and play video games. Maybe you are a physicist, a chemist. Whatever you are in life, I look forward to serving. I look forward to empowering. Because I believe that truth is everywhere and within everything, as long as one keeps looking for it. No matter what form, no matter in what direction, you will find it. And thank you, this guy, for your 24 roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And thank you, Nick, for your rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Starlight Wow, you are wondering, which part of India do I want to go to? You know, I would like to go to the Himalayas or the Himalayan foothills. I'm not quite sure yet. I just know India's the place to be right now for my journey. We'll see where it takes me. And thank you, Usha, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Alicia, you are wondering for ideas on working through shame. Shame is always something that is on the bottom of our shoe. It came from outside. A house by itself is not dirty. If somehow you are dirty, you must have dragged that in from outside. Where has this shame come from? Because it certainly hasn't come from within. Someone has given you this, and you said, okay, I will hold on to it for you. And then they never came back for it. And now you think it is yours. It must be mine then, if they never came back for it. A terrible gift that is. Recognizing it to not be yours, then why are you holding on to it? You have no responsibility to hold this shame. You have a responsibility to love and accept yourself, not just for yourself, but for others, so you can be there for other people. And so that you can also become a role model. Consider, for example, a mother and her child. Now, yes, it is her choice to hold on to shame and refrain from loving or accepting herself. That is one thing. But it's a whole other thing to do that when she has people who look up to her. The best thing that she can do for her children is be a shining example of what it means to love herself, accept herself, so that her children can learn from the best. Likewise, with the loved ones in our life, being loved means that people look up to us. Therefore, for the well-being of everyone that loves us and that we love, it is in their best interest to let go of shame, for it is not yours to hold. Shame does serve a purpose, and the purpose is for you to let go of it, so that you can learn to love yourself with greater tenderness and openness. That is the one and only purpose of shame. The purpose is in how you let go of it, not how you hold on to it. And Usha, thank you for your heart me a few moments ago. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Craig, for your fireworks and a tiny diny. Yippee! And Sam, thank you for your finger heart. And Jess, thank you for your trio of roses. Jai Sitaram. And Ron Suzuki, thank you for your heart me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Tell it. You share. You are ashamed of your shame. How do you not shame yourself? For your ashamed shame. It's shameful. By loving yourself, and then loving that you love yourself, and then learning how lovely it is that you love yourself. And thank you, Nick Young, for your hat and mustache. Radhe, Radhe. My alarm. Thank you, Melinda. Here, now you can see yourself zooming infinitely forever while I try to dismiss my alarm. I use the back camera because it's better quality, which means that it has to face away from me while I am playing with it. I'm having a difficult time trying to dismiss my alarm right now. My goodness. And my phone is exploding with so many notifications. Serves me right for going on for so long. Okay. Sorry about that, everyone. Thank you for your patience. Now thank you again, Nick, for your hat and mustache. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Gina, thank you for your pair of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Starlight Wow, thank you for your heart meat and for your 10 team bracelets. Jai Sitaram. Sam, you ask, what do I do for a living? Also, what my thoughts on furries are? And lastly, what languages do I speak? Wow. You're really trying to get to know me, aren't you? Well, I live for a living. I don't do anything but be. We are human beings, aren't we? Not human doings. What do you do for a living? The fact that we use this to mean, how do you make your money? Very sad, in my opinion. Because to live does not require any money. You are fully alive, whether you are jobless or fill your days with work. You are alive regardless of what you do. But when it comes to the necessities in my lifestyle, right now all of it is paid for by the generous donations from you. And that is not to say that I depend on it. It just so happens to be sufficient. Sufficient but not necessary. Without you, I would find some other way to make my living. Therefore, it is never expected that you do support me financially. However, it does so happen to be the case that what I get in donations is enough to cover my expenses. And for that, I am floored. I don't know what to say. I'm very honored. So thank you. Now your next question. What do I think of furries? I love that people are free to express themselves in so many different ways. And I would like everyone who does consider themselves a furry to know that they are valid. And although they don't deserve the hate that they get for expressing themselves the way they do, I hope that they use that as an opportunity to become even more shameless in who they are. And your last question, what languages do I speak? Well, at first I was fluent in baby talk. You don't believe it's a valid language? Well, let me tell you. I was speaking to all the other babies with baby talk and they knew what I was talking about. I'd be going goo goo gaga and my mom would know, oh yes, he is hungry. Oh, he is lonely. He needs his diaper changed. You're telling me that's not a language? Then I don't know what is. And then I learned English. And they try to teach me French. Being in Canada. But they never could quite get me to learn French. And then I took a Spanish class in high school. But I spent the entirety of that class just making a fool out of myself rather than learning anything. And I've been doing a little bit of Hindi on Duolingo. But the number one language I'm trying to learn right now is Sanskrit. And thank you, mermaid, and your love and light is well received. And I look forward to, like a prism, refracting the pureness of your light into a rainbow of diversity upon all of you, so that you all get to experience your love, and not just me. And thank you, this guy, for your 20 roses a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. Starlight, wow. You are wondering, is it really okay to just spend time crocheting and playing video games? Because so many people are being oppressed and hurt. Don't we have an obligation to help? That's a wonderful question, Starlight. And yes, we do have an obligation to help. But we cannot help if we are still hurt ourselves. And if you need some time to just crochet and play video games, because that's where you find the greatest healing, your comfort zone, then that is what you need to do right now. without finding that space of well-being within yourself, how can you ever share that with those who also need it? And thank you, Starlight Wow, for your disco love. And quintet of tiny dinies. Yippee! And thank you, Imp Kitty, for your quintet of roses and a heart me. Jai Sitaram. Remember, as well, that it's not the world that needs your help. It's that you need to help the world. You ask, what is the difference? The difference is, from one perspective, there's a problem in the world and that you have to fix it. From another perspective, the world exists as it is for our own sense of fulfillment, so that we can be in service of it. That is our need as a soul. And through compassion, through selfless service, through patience, understanding and love, as we help, feed, and serve people, we get to express the virtues of our higher self, which lay dormant in the innermost reaches of our soul. The world is divinely guided. It has all these problems, not because we've made mistakes as a civilization, but because the universe is carefully crafted to have imperfections, so that we may become perfect through filling in those gaps ourselves. I pray for wisdom, so the Lord gives me problems to solve. I pray for strength, so the Lord gives me challenges to overcome. I pray for courage, so the Lord gives me opportunities for me to face my fears. This divine playground for us souls is no mere accident. The conflict that exists in the world is a canvas for our own creation. The absence of goodness is by no mistake. The potential for goodness gives us purpose. Now, Sabina, I saw that you gave me a subscription from yourself a moment ago. You also sent a love you and a flowers. Radhe, Radhe. Thank you. I look forward to being of continued service to you, the divinity within you. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Starlight Wow, for your flowers also. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Sam, thank you for your finger heart, Sam. Jai Sitaram. And Elseth, or Eseth, thank you for your tiny diny. Yippee! Dali, you ask, can you braid my hair? If your hands are long enough to reach all the way over to Vancouver Island, I must say, my goodness, your heart must beat very hard and fast for blood to flow down those long arms of yours. But yes, you can. Thank you, Imp Kitty, for your quartet of roses. Ariom Tat Sat and Shelby Shines. Thank you for your rose and Tiny. Yippee! And much love to you, Nick, as well. Starlight Wow, you ask, do my parents think of me as a spiritual guru? What do they make of this all? If anything, they are my teachers in this life. I am sure that they have learned a lot through raising me, with all the challenges that I pose them. But there is nothing I can do that will prevent my mother from seeing me as just her little baby. You know, I could say, oh mother, your soul is vast, and I am but a child of the universe. You merely personify the divine feminine, which is infinite and unlimited. I can take you to the stars that you have given me this body to experience. And she could say, that's nice, dear, but have you eaten today? Have you taken a shower recently? How long has it been? Do your laundry. But Mom... Zealot, you ask, does she ever say the divine feminine wants you to do the dishes? No, but she is the divine feminine, and when she tells me to do the dishes, then the divine feminine has spoken. Thank you, Imp Kitty, for your team bracelet and star. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Roshi, for your heart, me and rose. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. More Lapru? You ask, why do I keep ending up on your For You page? And why do you keep watching? Good questions. I don't know the answers. But I'm happy to have you here regardless. And Sam, thank you for your finger heart. And another quintet of roses. Radhe, Radhe. And I'm happy you like the vibe, Imp Kitty. Pleasant and peaceful. It is a good vibe. I agree. And I'm happy to be here too. And thank you, Starlight Wow, for your quintet of balloons. Radhe, Radhe. And Imp Kitty, thank you for another disco love and balloons. Jai Sita Ram. More Lapru. You share that. I make you feel safe, maybe? Safety is our natural state. We may feel unsafe in the presence of others, but when we do feel safe, that is merely because you are in the space of your own self-acceptance. I may provide that space, but it is by your own choice, that you use this space to feel safe. And I am very happy to feel that safety with you here. And Larissa, thank you for your heart mate. Jai Sitaram. And Tatma Masi, thank you for your quintet of roses. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. What's wrong with my eyes? Asks Liv. I could say the same for all of you. What's wrong with all of your guys' eyes? Why don't you all let more life in? More light in? There's so much light to experience. Let us be more open to it. And thank you, Imp Kitty, for another 10 roses that you sent a minute ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sam, thank you for your finger heart too. Jai Sitaram. Now I could go on for much longer. However, there are some things I'd like to do before I go to bed, and I don't want to be up too late, since I appreciate having a sleep schedule that doesn't overlap with the middle of my day, which I used to do, by the way. I used to sleep throughout the day and be up throughout the night. So I'm going to respect that so I can see the sunlight tomorrow and end this live shortly. But that's not to say I'll be ending it so soon. There are a few things I'd love to do with all of you. I'd love to ask you all a question of the day. Read from a short section of The Roar of the Ganges, a book that we've been reading together. And then finally we'll close with a short chanting session, which I think you all will very much like. When I first heard it, I was filled with so much love. The lady that we'll be chanting along with has just such a dreamy voice. How does that sound? Woo! Question of the day, says Drea. Well, you're excited for it. Here, I'll reveal it to you. It's a very simple one. What vision do you have for yourself? I would like to know. And thank you, Tatva Masi, for your finger heart. Radhe Radhe. And Imp Kitty, thank you for your finger heart also. Jai Sitaram. Infinite, says Alfie Sloan. It's a good answer. You are free to interpret this question in many ways, by the way, everyone. I'm not looking for a right answer, and there certainly isn't any wrong answer. Brad, you say vision improvement. Very practical. I like that. Zealot, you ask, is it okay if your vision only extends to eating a nice breakfast tomorrow? Other than that, writing. That's quite alright. In fact, it sometimes helps to have your awareness focused on this moment and the immediate future. You don't always have to be living a day, a week, a month, a year, 10 years in the future. And writing is a great thing to do as well. DJ Sundra, you share. To be a performer and a singer, to use your voice to change the atmosphere and people around you. I love that. I am sure your voice has many songs to sing to the hearts of others. From your heart too. To have a house for your family, says Balikonar. I love that. Harm none, says Enchantress. So simple, and yet so difficult. Never a simple question here, says Chris Owens. You are right. Kiare Uyeche, you would like to learn to be silent for weeks. That is a powerful vision. I would like to do that also. And Sabina, you share you have no vision for yourself. Maybe because you're empty. Maybe indeed. And that emptiness itself is the place in which vision occurs. SpaghettiOs, you share your vision is tunneling on fortune and fame, and that you need help. That's quite alright. Being honest with yourself is very important, and you exemplify that, which is lovely. Hello, Tanzi. Leah, you would like to be more honest about your relationships. It's very understandable and worthy of your vision. Buddy, you say very precisely. Bliss. Now that's a great vision. I was about to say oblivion. Join the Galactic Federation, says Alien Cyber. Yes, we all need that sense of community. Tatvamasi, you say, my vision evaporates. So no vision. Sometimes that can be a powerful vision in and of itself. Gerlin or Gerlin, you love the song that's playing. It's a song for the third eye chakra. OPNG, you share a vision for understanding and accepting yourself. And Alfie, your message will be spread through your shared love for music. That's a great vision. And Maria del Pilar, to be able to make a difference is your vision. As you shall. To be here now, shares Kiare Uyeche. And Tanzi, you share. The immediate version of oneself is also self-love. The choices of today for the result of tomorrow. I love that. Happiness and love, shares Drea. And Nick, you ask, what if I don't have a vision for myself? What if I'm just a little lost? Then that's okay too. Gregor G, you have a vision of you sharing good vibes via music, poetry, and other art too. And you are very good at that. And Honey Badger Heals, to live in peace and calm while seeing the amazing views of the world with your eyes. How wonderful. And MKD, you shared that you got your first shadow book. Can't wait to get started. Well, in your shadow book, I envision a bright future. To find happiness and be at peace in this life, says Johnny Ringo. That's wonderful. A new world, also shares Alien Cyber. You are really fulfilling your username, hey? Firefly. Your vision is to be an extension of God's love in every moment. And Alfie, you see yourself spreading messages with just your fingers and a fretboard. I love that. Imkitty, you also share. Harm none, but take no shiz. Yes. Leave the shiz for plants to grow in, not ourselves. To be a mother to all, shares Melinda. And also to be a vegetarian, shares Maria. That can be a difficult thing. Miggy, you share. To move into this era in your life with control, peace, and mindfulness, and happiness. And Honey Bunny Official, you share. To find love that has no fear of the future. Now that's a powerful form of love. Do no harm, says Marlin. World peace. Quite profound visions those are. And Danzi, you share that your vision for yourself is being with someone who loves you as a partner. That's beautiful. Now, there are so many visions that you all share, and I am so grateful to have the space where you get to share them. I am sure that the infinite potential of your soul may give rise to one vision after another, and we could continue this discussion endlessly. But for now, I will pause our discussion. Thank you, everyone, for exploring it together, however. And thank you, Johnny Ringo, for your heart me. And thank you, Raven Curse, for your rose. Radhe, Radhe. And Maria del Pilar, thank you for your rose. Jai Sitaram. And the gay entrepreneur, you share to be happy, healthy, and thriving in every aspect of life. I also wanted to read yours because I think it's a wonderful vision. And thank you, Paul, for your team bracelet. Radhe, Radhe. And Teresa, thank you for your rose too. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Before we end today's live, we're going to do a reading from Roar the Ganges, and then we will also do a chanting, as I mentioned. And thank you, Haley Queen, for your heart meet, team bracelet, and a cheer you up. Jai Sitaram. And thank you, Johnny Ringo, for another trio of team bracelets. And thank you, Solera, for your octet of roses and a heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. Welcome, June. And thank you, Imp Kitty, for your pair of finger hearts. Alright, as I said, we will be reading from another section of Roar the Ganges. And through consistent practice, look at that, we have read more than 2/3 so far, thereabouts. This is a wonderful book that takes place through the eyes of the author in India, where Mark, later known as Swami Taratmananda, is having a spiritual journey on the banks of the Ganges, whence this book gets its title. There, in northern India, in a town called Rishikesh, we were discussing the Upanishads, which are a philosophical portion of the Vedas, humanity's oldest scripture, under the guidance of his guru, Swami Dayananda. After the class, a fellow student named Richard had taken a big interest in the subjects discussed, and I believe they are about to, Mark and Richard, dive into a conversation about Vedanta. After class, Richard looked dazed as he descended the stairs from the lecture hall. I invited him to join me on a bench near the river. "This is really frustrating," he griped. "Sometimes what he says seems so clear, and sometimes it slips through my fingers like sand." Richard gazed out over the river, trying to make sense of the class. After a few moments, he asked, "If I am the Atma, the true self, and if the Atma is limitless, then why don't I feel limitless? I feel like myself, like a limited individual person." I began to explain. "You feel like a limited individual, so that feeling is something known to you. You are aware of that feeling, right?" Richard hesitantly agreed. "Therefore, that feeling of being limited, of being a limited individual, must exist in your mind. You experience it along with other thoughts, feelings, and perceptions. That sense or feeling of individuality is what we call ahankara, or ego. Ahankara literally means the I, aham, maker, kara, the I maker. It is a mental event that gives rise to the feeling of being a finite individual. And like any other feeling, it comes and it goes." "It comes and goes?" said Richard. "My ego? My feeling of being me comes and goes?" "Sure. When you are asleep, in deep, dreamless sleep, do you feel like a limited individual?" "Goodbye, Alfie." "No, but how can I know the ego is absent when I am asleep?" "Yesterday we discussed how consciousness still exists during the silence of deep sleep. So if the ego had been present while you slept, then you would certainly have experienced it." Richard looked unconvinced. "Okay," I said, "here's another way to understand ego. Think about a time when you were listening to your favorite music, something really enrapturing. Did you ever have the experience of getting lost, quote unquote, in the music?" Richard nodded. "Then tell me," I asked rhetorically, "who is it that got lost in the music? It could not have been you, the conscious person, because you could still hear the music. You were enjoying the experience, so it must have been your ego that got lost, so to speak." How many of you have experienced that? Getting lost in the music. Your sense of individuality faded as your mind became absorbed in the music. In that state of absorption, You experienced the music, but you did not experience yourself as an individual because the ego, ahankara, was absent. Thank you for being here, Brad. In the presence of the ahankara, the I maker, we experience not only a sense of individuality, but also a feeling of being finite, of being limited. Our minds are limited, our bodies are limited, and our senses are limited. So, obviously, all our experiences will be limited. But these limitations belong to our bodies, minds, and senses. They do not belong to consciousness. Consciousness makes known your sense of being a limited individual, but that consciousness itself has no limitations. Richard responded, "But how can my consciousness be free from limitations? It seems to be affected by every experience I have. In a bloody awful situation, my consciousness becomes sad or frustrated or angry." "Perhaps," I suggested, "your consciousness only seems to become sad or angry because of identification. Like in a movie, sadness and anger are emotions, and all your emotions take place in your mind. When sadness arises in your mind, you become aware of it. You recognize the presence or absence of sadness because you are the consciousness by which all mental events are known. Yet, your consciousness itself does not become sad or angry. Philosophically speaking, only an unchanging consciousness can reveal your mind's changing activities." Richard continued, "But when sadness arises in my mind, it seems like my consciousness becomes sad." "Yes, even though consciousness is unchanging, it seems to change according to the condition of our minds. In the presence of happy thoughts, consciousness seems happy. In the presence of sad thoughts, consciousness seems sad. Consciousness seems to acquire the qualities of the mind. But in fact, consciousness does not actually change. In Vedanta, consciousness is compared to a clear crystal that appears to change color when a flower is held nearby." I told Richard the traditional analogy in which a red flower is placed just behind a clear crystal, making the crystal appear to become red. Someone might conclude the crystal became red, even though it actually remains clear. The flower's presence can lead to the mistake because its redness is superimposed on the colorless crystal. This is another example of how we frequently misinterpret our experiences, like concluding that the sun travels towards the horizon at sunset. Just as the flower's redness is wrongly attributed to the colorless crystal, in the same way, the mind's sadness and anger are wrongly attributed to consciousness. And just as the crystal remains colorless even when it appears red, in the same way, consciousness remains unchanged even in the presence of sadness or anger. To conclude that consciousness becomes sad when sadness arises in the mind is a wrong interpretation of the experience due to superimposition. Richard asked, "Then what can we do to get rid of this superimposition. It's a matter of correctly interpreting our experiences, I explained. If you already know the crystal is clear, you will not be fooled when it appears red in the presence of the flower. If you know how the solar system works, you can watch the sunset without concluding that the sun travels towards the horizon. In both cases, you know how appearances can be deceiving. In spite of deceptive appearances, you can still come to the correct conclusion. In the same way, if you understand the nature of both mind and consciousness, then you will not be misled by your experience of sadness, anger, or anything else. Just as you know the crystal is clear, in spite of its appearance, you can know that consciousness is unchanging, in spite of your changing experiences. You don't have to change your experiences. You only have to correctly interpret them. And if you understand experience as it truly is, then you can be free from suffering in any experience. For example, when sadness arises in your mind, you can know that it does not truly affect you. Our discussion continued until we heard the temple bell ringing to announce the start of evening puja, worship. I excused myself and rose from the bench to join the others. To my surprise, Richard followed me to the temple and stood at my side. It was the first time he had attended puja. Over a period of years, I had grown to understand and love many Hindu traditions, including puja. I wondered about Richard's first experience of this form of worship, so foreign to Westerners. And with that, we not only conclude our reading for today, but also the chapter and the part. Tomorrow we will start a new chapter and a new part of the book, part 4, Life on the Path, which begins with some Sanskrit. Ooh, I am so excited to read that Sanskrit. Thank you all for listening, everyone. And thank you, Imp Kitty, for your pair of finger hearts that you sent whilst we read. And Isabel's fairy tales. Thank you for your bouncing beach volleyball. Radhe, oh Radhe. Now, before we end today's live stream, I would like to do a chanting session with all of you. You are free to participate, or free to listen, or free to leave at your own disclosure. The chanting session we are going to listen to today is a very beautiful one. In some sense, it's an extension of the mantra that I often say, Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. This mantra is much longer. It starts with Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya and Dhanvantaraye, and we do that 3 times. And then we do the next section 2 times. Amrutakalashahastaya. This is going to be a new one for me as well. Sarva Maya Vinashanaya Trailokyanadhaya. And then Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. And then we do that final line of this block 3 times. So it's a complicated one. We're going to be listening a few times over and over again. So, like myself, if you're unable to find the rhythm or pronunciation, that's okay. The purpose of a mantra is to repeat it, and through repetitions we will come to understanding. But even listening to the background, the music behind it is so lovely, and the meaning as well is also above here, which means obeisance to the Blessed Lord Vasudevaya, to Dhanvantari, holder of the vessel of nectar, destroyer of all diseases, Lord of the three worlds, homage to the great Vishnu. So I'm going to minimize the background music that we have been playing so far and maximize it for us to hear. That is a lovely chanting of this for us to listen or chant along to. This is just a 6-minute long chanting, so not a 20-minute session or anything like that. And before I click play, let me make sure that you all can actually listen to it. Okay, good.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye.
Second block. Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Saramaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Back to the start. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye. Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Shri Mahavishnave Namaha. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Dhanvantaraye Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Amrita Kalasha Hastaya Sarvamaya Vinashanaya Trailokyanataya Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Shri Mahavishnave Namaha Thank you, everyone. I told you it was a beautiful one. I believe the singer is a British woman who fell in love with the Sanskrit language, Sky Guardian was telling me. Tomorrow, by viewer request, we will do a Kali mantra, since some of you have been asking for that. So let us minimize this mantra, and I will be sending you my good tidings as we end tonight's session. You loved the vibe of that one, Gregor G, although the second verse's words were difficult to say. I agree. That's what I love about Sanskrit, is that there is so much depth in even learning how to pronounce it. Sanskrit pronunciation was considered an art form itself. It is one of the 6 Vedangas, the 6 auxiliary disciplines of studying the Vedas, which are humanity's oldest scriptures. People spent a lifetime learning just the phonetics of it and the beauty in all of the patterns and structures amidst such a sacred language. So I hope you enjoyed chanting along with me and her, or at the very least, enjoyed listening to it. And thank you, Isabel's Fairy Tales, for your bouncing beach volleyball you sent a few minutes ago. And TMA and Innu Brain Rot for your pair of finger hearts. Radhe, Radhe. And thank you, Alien Cyber, for your heart me. Jai Sitaram, and Moonflower Magic. Thank you for your rose. I wish Duolingo supported Sanskrit. One day I would like to facilitate in the creation of a Sanskrit learning app. And I attempted so myself, which you know of. However, I found that the current generation of AI models which I was relying on did not have enough training data on Sanskrit. I asked it to create a curriculum, but it seemed to not know some nuances of Sanskrit that even I know, and I haven't been learning it for that long. So I've taken to starting a textbook on Sanskrit, and maybe with that I can help produce a Sanskrit app, since many of you know I love programming. And thank you, everyone, for being here in this Sangha. I am very grateful for this opportunity to be in service of so many wonderful souls. AI isn't enlightened, apparently, says Ron. Though there are many enlightening conversations you can have with AI, it certainly has a long way to go, just as we do. Thank you, Dob Darker, for your heart, me too. Radhe, Radhe. Now, as always, I will be uploading the recording of this live stream to my YouTube channel that's linked in the first link in my bio. That is the Yamsox Lives YouTube channel. They're the full 5.5 hour live stream, and many other live streams are there. And because you know I love programming, I've written a program that extracts the audio, partitions it, transcribes it, and then parses those transcriptions to form a chapter system in the description so that you get a detailed summary of everything that was discussed and timestamps to the exact minute where we did discuss various topics and concepts. Yes, my stomach wants me to eat something. I have yet to eat something today. I guess I've done an intermittent fast. I really woke up, recorded an ASMR video for my ASMR YouTube channel. That is the 5th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. The second link in the link tree in my bio, where I'll be uploading the 5th chapter to the Bhagavad Gita, whispered. And then I went from there straight to this live stream. So I actually haven't eaten anything today, even though it's 10:30 p.m. But that's quite all right. I am nourished by the love and light of the universe and the Sangha. And additionally, the last advertisement I want to make is what's on the microphone, which you may notice has a sock on it. It is indeed actually a sock. It is a pair of Yamsox. I am Yamsox, and here are Yamsox socks. That and this toque that I sell, also in the store section of the link tree in my bio, is one way to support me, though it's never expected, and get something in return, physically, comfy. It's there for you, should you decide to. But no pressure, obviously. You are all welcome regardless of what you give me. I am here to be in service of you, and not the other way around. However, I am saving up for a trip to India so that I can interface with these ancient cultures that I am deeply fond of and take so much inspiration from. Right now I'm more than halfway there, saving up for it. So far I've saved 2,000 Canadian dollars, and which is probably, I would say, mostly enough for a flight from where I live in Victoria, Canada, to India. But it depends greatly on the flight and the destination date. There's also the travel insurance and a visa application that I have to submit. But don't worry about that. I'm sure I will get there. And thank you, Joanna Rubio, for your dozen roses. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Tatvamasi, you ask, do I know of Nisargadatta Maharaj? I have heard of this great saint, and I see his image when I close my eyes. So I definitely have learned of him. I can see the tilak on his forehead and his bald head. But I am forgetting what his words were, which spoke to my heart. He is not a saint which I have learned that much under, but I would love to learn more from. And thank you, Moonflower Magic, for your tiny. Yippee! And Richie Jr., thank you for your flowers. Radhe, Radhe. And Moonflower Magic, thank you for your subscription also. I am very grateful to be in service of you. Thank you for providing me the opportunity. Jai Sitaram. And Eddie Brandsma, thank you for your trio of roses. And Zealot, thank you for your 6 cloud breads. Radhe, Radhe. Tatvamasi, you share. I am is what he says is the answer to what you are looking for. That does ring a bell. It is the I am that you are looking for. Thank you. And thank you, Zealot, for your pair of cloud breads, totaling an octet, which I am grateful for. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Sack Macky Mac, for your money gun, making it rain on me. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. May you all have a beautiful rest of your present moment. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna, and may her love flow through all of you. Their love, I should say. Good night, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in time. I will be back tomorrow. Take care, everyone.